Welcome to our continuation of Hollow Knight Silksong. This is our second day of play with this game, although it will appear as video segment number 3 owing to a prior disconnection late in the previous stream. And we find ourselves here in the far fields where Hornet has fairly recently acquired the ability to float with her cloak and parachute her way up and down using her dress. So we will proceed from here and make it through a little further on the map. Just for the sake of reviewing our progress so far, this is what we've uncovered of the map. We, in the first session, eventually made our way over to the Hunter's March, and then through there acquired the dash or the sprint. Eventually made it through Lace, and then all the way over here to where we acquired the ability to ride up the updrafts. And we had previously seen quite a few columns that we can use that in to head back up to various places. And so previously we just had a quick tour of duty over here to test out the flotation over on the right side, and didn't really uncover too much of anything, apart from maybe a flea. And now we're going to continue our way back and see what else we've unlocked with our newly expanded suite of movement abilities. So let's get on with it and see what there is to see upstairs. Oop. I see that we should make that explode. Let's make it back there somehow. I think I had previously gone up that way. Let's jump up here and then... Whoop. Yeah, that's in the background. I keep thinking it's a platform, but it really isn't. Now, there was some way that we made it that far up, I think. Maybe it was in the adjoining room. There was something that we did. Oh, no, it's right here. At least I think so. Yeah, that gets us up. Whoop, nope. Let's be careful. Not to nudge that a little bit too closely. Then, having gone over here, we'll proceed. Now, there was something that we could blow up on the left side, I think that we saw earlier. Let's see if we can just float our way over. We find it's over here. Oh. We probably don't want to stand that close. But what we can do... Oh, remember, she does do a down diagonal when she attacks. So let's build that up instead. There we go. Giving yourselves a little bit of safety. Although, I see that this part is enclosed. That's interesting. I wonder if that can eventually be expanded, but I'm not going to fuss too much about that because we'll just float back over here and get over to the left. And the more things can explode over here, we'll just open that up. Yeah, look at everything shake there. Let's see what we can do. Oop. And then float. There we go. Can we actually hit that with something? Maybe using our ranged ability. We can't really do that from this position. I don't really have a good way of whacking it right now, I don't think. Because I don't think we can aim the darts in different directions, can we? I didn't think so, because just tilting up plus X throws the dart forward. The needle, rather. Guess we would have needed to hit that on our way over. But let's grab a little bit of silk. Not quite enough to replenish health yet, unfortunately, but let's stand apart there until we get a chance. Oh, I see. This is supposed to get you up eventually. Okay, sure. Let's do that instead. And tap that to see. Whoop! That was standing way too close. I didn't realize it would just fall directly on me. At least not that quickly. I mean, we had seen explosives like that before, but I completely didn't plan for that, and so... Well, that was a mistake. That's okay. That's an easy cocoon to get back to. An easy shell. We were saying yesterday that I didn't know what was going on with the silk heart that allowed me to regain silk from the shell, from what it was saying. But no, it just means that when you pop your own shell when recovering from an untimely demise, it recovers some of that silk as well. We have seen that in action. Whoops. All the way back down. Whoop. Don't want to slip off the updraft, of course, when we're doing this. Occasionally we can use the air dash to reposition. And really should. Oh, once again. Wasn't really looking at our camera positioning very accurately there. Yeah, just positioning using the dash, I think, feels a little bit cleaner in locations like that. Let us float all the way over until... Oh, no, still just a little bit short because we hit the ceiling. Well, then let's not hit the ceiling. Yeah, the controls for this feel very intuitive. You just hold down jump to use the cloak for rotational purposes, and then here we are. Okay. At this juncture... Well, let's take a look. Pop this first of all. And this looks like it was a mask fragment, actually. These will come in quarters. That's the first one we found in the game. We did pass by one earlier that we couldn't reach. And of course there was one that we saw available in the shop over in town. What was it? Bone Bottom, I want to say? Let's see. Yes, it's right. Bone Bottom. But still got a lot to do before we find a full set to extend our health pool. That was one thing very characteristic of the original game as well, of course, that the health pool does come in pretty slowly. Now this allows you to go back as we would need to, because I think this is actually going to be a dead end over here while we find out how to proceed in this way. And yeah, that just heads back to where we had come in the first place. Now with a couple of updrafts, oh, getting you to some new secret locations. Now we are full in silk, which means that we should actually up that prior to firing somewhere. I think the webs do respawn. Certainly whenever you take a death, but at least we know about that particular location now. In case we ever need it. Oh, we did pass by this earlier, and I thought this looked rather ominous. Well, now we know why. Fourth chorus. Okay. So we hit the head, and we avoid the hands. Okay, that's fine. Side swipe. Okay, until we just watch the floor to make sure we still have floor. And then just make sure that we position... Well, oh, no, you can't crouch in this game. Don't know why we thought that trying to duck out of an attack would be a good idea. Okay, we missed an opportunity to really burn the boss over there, but okay, second phase it seems. So we need to mine the ceiling. I guess, given the way that prior bosses worked, that we then have to do a combination of patterns that we have to watch. And fortunately, we don't have much in the way of silk right now. Well, now we do. Okay, good. Had an opportunity. And I wonder if you can actually parry or deflect those. Oh, shouldn't have spent all our time watching that. Oh, nope. That's a death right there. 2 masks off for taking a dive like that. That's okay. It doesn't take long to get back. And we saw a good part of that pattern. And it looks pretty manageable, just with potentially a less sloppy play, perhaps. And yeah, that's why it gives you that location to grab some silk ahead of time. So we can plan for one replenishment. Or you can grapple if we so choose. Not to grapple, the... Well, oh, oops. Well, healing up, I guess, if we so choose. Since we needed that back immediately. That was unfortunate. Okay, we'll get some silk back from the previous shell. And yeah, the pattern's pretty easy to read. We just need to watch the floor. Oh, nope. Standing at exactly the wrong location there. Hang on, we're doing quite a lot worse than on our first attempt, actually. Quite a lot worse. Let's clean that up a little bit. We did a lot better than the first attempt. That was just a bit incautious all around. Got off to a bit of a bad start to begin with, though. Well, like I said, to maintain the float in exactly the right places. And when we pop the cocoon, we will get much of that silk back. Anyway, well, okay, we really do need to watch the floor before we make landings like that. That's a rough start off that. Okay, that's fine. Starting with no silk this time, but we will just have to be a little more careful. This is a very readable pattern. Don't really even need to air dash around that if we don't have enough floor to play with. Unfortunately, instead a little bit close. Okay, just climbing back up on the edge there. That was absolutely too risky. Have a quick healing window over here. Yeah, not going to bother trying to parry those yet until we have a better idea of what we're doing. I'm sure that we just need to watch all of these patterns in combination as the fight proceeds. And yeah, just need to watch the ceiling. Whoa, that was a bit of a tumble. Okay, and then just gonna heal up quickly. And yeah, same idea as some of the previous fights, we just need to handle both patterns simultaneously now. Generally not too concerned, but then we're taking so many hits all of a sudden, so maybe we should be. Oh, especially if we do too much an air dash. Okay. Yeah, when it does side swipe, we shouldn't do the side dash quite so much. We should just watch the timing a bit better. It's a wider splash than I think it is on the downward strike. Yeah, there we go. Then that way we maintain position on the platform. Now, not safe to heal just yet. Let's smack him first. Now we heal. Okay, we seem to be in a stable position as long as we watch the platforming. Now, there is an updraft here. Maybe we should ride it. Except that was maybe much too risky. Oh, I don't have enough silk yet to get the heal. I guess the idea is that when you run out of floor, then you can use that to get a really high jump. Okay. Let's get over here. Yeah, we don't want to float way off camera when we do the float. Now we're just going to go around a little bit this way. Losing a lot of floor here. And then... That's okay. Getting pretty close. Honestly, this pattern is pretty gentle. In fact, I've found to ramp up with the boss difficulty in this game so far. I mean, we're very early on to be a gentler set of early bosses than the original Hollow Knight, but then maybe we're just a little more practiced at this point. Okay. That was really not too bad. I think that's it, unless there's an additional phase immediately. And welcome to the raiders who just came in. We, of course, were a little bit preoccupied for a moment, but let's give a big shout out to Gritoffy. Yeah, just slightly preoccupied over here, but welcome everybody who did come in. Gritoffy, Chris Shadow Fox, Coast Band, King Proclaimed, and of course 06I, who was already here. And yeah, we're pretty early on, so for those of you who are behind our progress in this, we didn't spoil too much, I hope. And, I mean, you know, there are so many different ways to dodge around that. You were saying, King Proclaimed, that you don't think you ever used the airstreams. I didn't notice them for a while either until the platforms really started disappearing, but even just with a standard jump and float, you can get over most of those sideswipe attacks, so... Pretty gentle encounter, all things considered. If you did, there was a bomb above that kills the boss. Oh, like a quick kill. Yeah, I saw something above. I didn't get a good look at it, actually. I'm not surprised that there is something like a quick kill like that, given that the boss itself, despite the way that it's sitting in the background, is kind of reminiscent of some things like the Kraid encounters in the Metroid series, even though Kraid is typically off to the side. But in terms of, you know, having the boss arising from the lava, that gives you some kind of quick kill method. That's a very familiar idea. And yeah, one time at 06I you said the boss removed all your platforms. In that circumstance, of course, you would definitely want to use the updraft. It's the first post-updraft boss, so it does accommodate that somehow, I'm sure. What were we doing here? I think we had previously seen this. And yeah, if any of you are eventually doing the 5-hour completion achievement, that's one of many things you can keep in mind. I'm sure there will be even bigger skips that await. But, oh, there's something off to the right there that we can shoot. So let's maybe try to get rid of that one first before we get too deep in here. Oh, standing a bit too close. Whoop, standing much too close to everything, in fact. Let's get enough silk to heal up before we do too much. Okay, there we go. Much better. I don't really have enough silk to do much poking here. That is okay. We landed on a platform miraculously. And then, why do we poke this one to begin with? There must be something. Or maybe not. Oh, just something to stand on, I guess. What about this? Just more shell shards that we don't have the capacity to carry. What platform am I playing this on? I'm playing this on Switch 2. This is the Switch 2 edition. And here we go. I said, here we go. Let's pop that properly. Okay, so I was just about to say Stag Station, but no. LB Station this way. Let's book that and unlock it. I did want to go back to Bone Bottom eventually, since we do have the ability to float over to the left side now. And just a lot more movement available generally, so we might even do that now, actually. But if that's the case, I want to check the location above this first. Well, you know what? Let's pop this first, just in case there's geo that we need to pay. Not geo, rosaries that we need to pay. Still locked into Hollow Knight 1 mode, I suppose. Even though I last played it about... I hope we have enough, yeah. I think the last time I played Hollow Knight was about 2 years ago. We played it through multiple times, but... Let's play. I probably should have checked this one first when I saw how much currency I had, but... Helpful to have a bench regardless. And 069, you said you hate those tolls because a beta would bench first and then a stag, and then you can't pay for a stag. Well, I mean, you know, we know what those points look like at this point. It's just that we are greedy about paying for things immediately, I suppose. Okay, so let's take a look. So these are the stations we have thus far. I do want to go back to Bone Bottom, but not before we've had a chance to check what is directly upstairs of here. That's marked on the map anyhow. Oh, that looks like a sign. Oh, target practice, I see. You know what? I guess we need to get rid of them. And perhaps a bit more elegantly than I've been doing. A lot more elegantly I've been doing. You know what? We're right by the bench. I think we'll just go back and take that. Even though if we took the death, we could have just popped right up there anyway, so. King Proclaim, you can tell I have that Hollow Knight muscle memory with a short burst of dashes. Not really. I was actually saying yesterday, when I was streaming this, that when I picked up the dash, it took me a while to remember that I had it. For the first few encounters with it. When I fought Lace, I actually, for the first few attempts, completely forgot I even had the dash. And I realized, oh, I can just position myself, you know, a lot more accurately now. Maybe it is part of that muscle memory coming back, though. That might be true. Oh, come on. A little bit sloppy all over. I think if we stand behind a target, they'll hit the target instead. I don't think it works that way, but... Okay. Still getting hang of her downward attack. Where's the other one? Weren't there two? Anyway, we took that out. Now what do we do? I guess we got the rosaries off them. That might have been the point. And that's interesting. I feel like we're missing something that would be contextualized by the sign. Oh, also, yeah, I guess you do get a continuous sprint, which we could have just done all along. I mean, we haven't had much of a straightaway since picking it up to use it like this yet. That was the same thing that I kind of ran into with Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown too when we played it earlier this year. That I would be so accustomed to just doing single dashes that holding down to sprint was something that, you know, I'd just occasionally forget about entirely. How do I feel about the diagonal pogo so far? I have had a little bit of trouble with switching directions accurately. But that's because... So I'm playing with the Joy-Con 2 on Switch 2 right now. I've tried Hollow Knight before with multiple control schemes, and I actually could not remember whether I was more of a D-pad player or a stick player. I actually just didn't recall. And so, for Silksong, I've actually been kind of doing both, depending on the circumstance. But I find that when I'm playing stick for the quick directional adjustments, that sometimes I'm a little bit inaccurate with which way I'm pointing. So it's taken some getting used to, especially with the limited range on it, where, you know, she goes down and it kind of cancels out after a short distance. We've been caught out by that multiple times, but we're slowly getting a little more fluent with it. But I feel like endgame platforming challenges that use this are going to be a bit of a nightmare until we really become much more comfortable with changing directions on the fly and doing that trigger accurately. Anyway, bone bottom. Are the buttons on the Joy-Con when the right stick is so close? Oh, I have no issue with that whatsoever. The only thing that I have maybe accidentally pressed sometime is that on the switch to the L and R buttons on the Joy-Cons are actually kind of elongated because of the new shape of the controller. And as we learned from the Welcome Tour, to accommodate different sizes of hands. And I find that sometimes when I'm dashing around a lot with ZR, that occasionally we accidentally tap into a resource bank with pressing R by mistake. And that's very much just a finger positioning thing. But no, I have no interference with the right stick at all, and the right stick doesn't do anything much for me anyway other than the camera, right? So I don't feel obstructed by that in the least. But I've played with separate Joy-Cons for so long in many games, so even with the smaller form factor of the Switch 1 Joy-Cons, I wasn't too bothered with that. Anyway, we can't afford anything notable right now, and we only have one Master Shard anyway, so no point in picking that up, but I did want to float over to the top left to explore that a little bit, so let's do that instead if I can find where we had to lift. Oh, and here's Chakra with the maps here. I was wondering where she was going to camp out. This outpost that the shambling pilgrim bugs had built for themselves. Dundaku. Where are the armaments, the watch poles? Never have I seen such a poorly defended encampment. The pilgrims here seem to have no mind for war, Chakra. I suspect most depart for the citadel soon after their arrival. If they persist in their carelessness, they will find only death in these harsh lands. Possibly at the hands of Hornet herself if they've all gone mad. We're saving up the rosaries for the moment, for some other things perhaps. I never use the custom markers very much in Hollow Knight either, so let's... Oh, first of all, check nothing new on the quest board. Where did we have that lift going upstairs? I think it was back here somewhere. We did unlock it. Here it is. Yeah. Yeah, one thing that I've barely been using is the projectile throw with up and X, but that's because, you know, if I'm moving around with a stick, I find that I'm not often using the up input for utility that way. It doesn't feel like something I'm accustomed to. But anyway, let's get up here. So this is what we should be able to just go over to now. And what do we have? Let's find out. This looks like a big encounter. Oh. This one doesn't even have a name, which means that it's not even that significant an enemy, perhaps. So we can shield ourselves back here and then probably go up and tap it a little bit. Oh, that was not a great idea. We're actually quite a ways down in health, in fact. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we're not really able to hit that right now. Let's just pass it. This reminds me of some of those sequences in, I think it was Ori and the Will of the Wisps that, you know, had these passageways where you would essentially need to evade the background art. But anyway, we're through here with very little health. And Oh, looks like there's something to plug in. Ah, okay, here's the keyhole. We did see where the shop sells the key, so I'm assuming that's what is matched here. King Proclaimed, you were saying you found that Hollow Knight's room layouts are memorable enough, and usually the important secrets are marked well enough that the markers aren't too big a priority. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is you can see a lot of things naturally on the map. And there's a good bit of variety to them in that you can see the profile or the outline of a certain area and kind of remember what room you're looking at. I find that I do need markers for things like benches sometimes, or... We got the markers for the benches and... Whoops. Let's see if I can show you. And the... I want to say stag stations. The bell beast stations, rather. That's so I don't, you know, go up the wrong row or something. So switch up top if we can get back there eventually. Let's just continue and hopefully build up enough silk to heal. I feel like that's not something we can touch. Or maybe. My concern is if we touch that and then have a cocoon drop somewhere where we can't have to go through it. It's not really smoking. It looks like water. Okay, no, that's fine. It's sort of this greenish color, so I was still, I guess, in Hollow Knight 1 mode when it came to whether it's something we can do much about. This is clearly something breakable. There we go, Mask Shard. We'll gladly take it. No map in this zone yet, though. And no way to get up there that I can see at the moment, so I guess we need to survive this bit again. Here we go. Spray, spray, spray. I'll probably just run it and outrun, but I think I'd rather take this cautiously. Whoop. Not going to chance too much with one mask remaining. Even though it's easy to get back here. Okay, again, we don't want to get sniped by something right here. But we can get our share of rosary beads, and then what are we looking at in terms of our position? I guess there's more to explore on this side. Oh, we missed something. We should have floated, actually. But this gives me an opportunity to heal at the bench first. And so we'll do that, then head back up. Yeah, I'm still kind of doing the short burst dash, I guess, just out of habit. Okay, so there is something to float towards over there. We just need to remember to float. And then, whoop, let's not miss. Okay. And down here, so we float our way over once we do go over. There we are. And we'll collect what we can. Something glowing over there. We'll take it. Weaver Effigy. Let's take a look at what this does. Relic of Farloom's past, interesting to collectors of historical items. Okay. And then we can still go further left. We might as well just float and see what's here in the background. Oh, coming up here is new. I don't think we've actually been up to the rooftop previously. Or had we? I don't think so. But then this just drops back down to where we were before, I think, with the chapel. Yeah, I know we've been here. In the introductory sequence. Alright, let's head back up then. to town over here. There was a hint earlier from the flea... Not the fleas, the thief, whatever his name was. That it was something beyond the chapel there, and... I mean, there's clearly a higher location that we haven't been able to reach there just yet. So that's something to look into. Also, yeah, that's still unfilled, those passages up top. Oh no, that's because it goes off of the current map for Bone Bottom and into the unidentified map. It's on the west side, so clearly still more to do over there. Let's see where we want to continue. Probably... Oops. Back to Hunter's March. Now, this game is ultimately going to be about climbing up. It might also make sense to just go to the deep docks and go down just to see what lies below. But we do know that at Hunter's March there is that whole sequence of updrafts taking us up, and so that might be worthwhile as well. So I would say we're going to go to the deep dock station, I think. Proceed from there. Anyway, King Proclaimed, you're saying you're probably going to bounce since you don't want to spoil yourself on any revisits just in case. Yep. No worries, and thank you so much for coming by with the raid from Gratavi. And do enjoy the rest of the game, however far along you may be. I mean, everybody's kind of in the same situation with this game having just come out, is that, you know, everybody's playing it, everybody who streams and is playing it is streaming it, but then everybody who is interested is also playing it, doesn't want to spoil themselves, and would rather do that before watching. Totally understandable with a release as significant as this one. So we've been up here previously, we have not been down, we have also not been up to the top right area from this side. Anyway, I don't remember if this was gated off at all. Come on. Oh, this grenadier over here we need to deal with. We can fire the projectiles, pretty sure. But just do that instead. Oh yeah, at some point we should expand capacity on the shell shards, since we've been stuffed at 400 for quite a while now, but we don't have the rosaries to buy that yet, I think. I do know where to buy the expansion for it, but just not that far along with amassing currency. Okay, sure, let's do this part. Oh. Oop. There we go. And then quite a lot to look at down there. There's Exide. Then again, you don't see a highly anticipated game that had no reviews very often. Well, I mean, I don't know how dependent people are on reviews nowadays. I guess if they're really stuffed with their backlog and choosy about their spending and their time management, but I think for the most part, if you're interested in this game, you've known for a while that you're interested in this game. I guess things like glowing critical reception can bring in newcomers, but certainly generating interest in playing the original game first as well for anybody who missed it. It's so much nicer to fight these with the dash now, actually. Because previously, just being able to outrun it was a bit of an issue. Outrun it and close back in, which is the important part. Okay, so let's see. I feel like there was a gate that we were trying to open up over here. Come on, down. Will you? Or won't you? That one just decided to disappear on me. I feel like we don't want to step on hot coals down there until we've received some kind of ability that allows me to do so. Look at that, environmental damage. These ones here remind me of that character that was by the I want to say the King Station in the first game. You know, the one who's always nibbling away at the ceiling. The name escapes me at the moment. Yeah, okay, so this opens up. Right, so we did have to open this up below. I remember seeing the other side of this gate previously, as we indicated on the map. It completes that shortcut that allows us to have this hub between Hunter's March and Far Fields. Given that, well, first of all, I know that we had a bench that we had to amass enough rosaries to pay for that we didn't afford previously. And we will afford it now. I'm sure that at some point there will be one of these bells that we need to jump on top of to reach something critical, but or at least something interesting. I actually didn't realize until earlier in this stream that you could just bounce all the way up to the top bell like that, but that's because we hadn't really been trying. Okay, in that case, we've mapped out a fair bit over here. We see how this connects over to the other area that I think we didn't have the means to ascend through previously when we... Oh, actually, I'm not sure we went that way. I don't think we went that far when we passed the 4th chorus boss. We didn't come this way to the left to look at whatever this passage was over here. So that's something that's worth checking, perhaps, if we're looping around the deep docks anyhow. So yeah, I guess we'll head back down this way. Let's see where we were relative to Hunter's March. There is a top right area here that we haven't explored, and which might drop down into that location to the right, for all we know, but we'll see. Sure, we'll take it out that way. That's fine. Right, because there's a lot that we previously just wouldn't have been able to reach. We still can't reach this. I think I had noticed this before. That's the nature of that particular exit. Yeah, in which case, we know from here that we should... Actually, let's take a look at how this connects to the Far Fields, just to... Oops, keep hitting the wrong button for this. Right, that just goes over to the bench. We know that if we go up to the right in the Hunter's March, there was an updraft over there that takes you to whatever entrance that is, and that will hide away. Whoop. We're playing too risky, way too risky. Dying to just regular old enemies that take 4 completely safe pokes. Let's not be so sloppy. I think it was sloppy just as a result of being so close to safety. Okay. Okay. Much too sloppy, but we did find the updraft here on the right side previously, so let's satisfy our curiosity. Also, now that we have the updraft, we don't need to do all the jumping anymore in quite the same fashion. Actually, no, you know what? You could have jumped here faster before. I think the first time we visited here, I didn't realize that we could go all the way up, did we? Or maybe I did go up as far as I could and then reached a point where we couldn't proceed further. I don't exactly remember. Yeah, because I think we actually got this far or something. Or Oh, up to here, and then... No, we've been through all this. We've been through this column before, because we jumped up here. We need to go further to the right. However, there is something marked on this side that may be worth looking at. Let's take a look at what this is. Oh, interesting. Oh, NPC? Gilly. Goodness, this is just too embarrassing. Detected even through my perfect cover. What tell? What error? Surely something gave me away. I think I just accidentally stepped there.
That's fine.
It was no one thing, young bug. Your disguise is near faultless. I've merely spent a long life being watchful. Ah, then I'll just have to hope the beasts don't share such keen sight. It'll be so much harder to accomplish my work if I'm detected or eaten.
Nesvir?
These are dangerous fields, young one. Not for casual wandering. What task sees you brave them? Treacherous quest. A crucial one. Upon the last wish of my father, I've taken up the study of these wild caves. These fields still display life and growth even as the lands around erode to dust. There is a hot harmony here that eludes the grey wastes above and a dry marrow beside. With time and study, I shall uncover why. One thing that I think maybe doesn't get talked about enough with the 2 Hollow Knight games, I guess it is now, is that the writing, the diction, and the prose style are actually kind of unusually good for video games generally. The dialogue actually has a flow to it. The musicality. It's sort of an unusually polished part of the experience in its own way. Look, we can just float over that now. Right. We had actually fought this one previously, I think. Oh. Which is not to say that we're doing well with this at all. We better heal up here and then go back. Okay, let's... Oh, stand way too close. We've gotten past that. We didn't get past here. This is as far as we went. And Mario, welcome. Yeah, this was what we were trying to go up previously that we obviously didn't have the means to progress through. Oh, someone else that we need to free from this, I guess. They look very dead to me. There's one dead bug. Also, something is vibrating here. Pulsating. That can be entered, but we should probably check this area first. Just to see what else is going on here. What was my most recent bench? Pretty far away. Oh, downstairs in the deep docks, I guess. Let's see what this is. Be something quite significant. Chapel of the Beast. Okay. I guess we need to eventually loop around here and hit that switch. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Let's heal up. We do have to float. No, we don't have enough silk. Okay. Oh, so we don't want to take a dive like that either. I am definitely feeling the lack of a bench recently, but that's okay. Let's do it this way. Nope, and then there we go. Alright, let's make it back there safely and not lose all our health. On the way, we are quite a ways back. That's okay, we'll make it back over. Yeah, we probably should have searched for a bench somewhere in that series of rooms close by. I was kind of thinking that our float and dash could get me through a lot more of those diagonal pogo obstacles than it ultimately did. Then let me just take a look at this again to see. Yeah, we can't just proceed directly up this way. The path that we opened up recently. As long as we don't lose all our health to simple things like this before our time. Or that. You know what, let's just heal up now and do a little more silk. And then we'll have to deal with the little capture trap and everything again, I'm sure, but it's okay. Like I was saying, we should actually check more of these side locations first in case of a bench. I don't think so. The benches are usually pretty clearly marked. But, oh yeah, that sign looked pretty broken, so maybe there's something going on. And indeed. Oh, whoop. What a trap. Okay. Is there a real bench somewhere nearby? Disarm the trap. Now what can we do is... There we go. Well, at least we had enough health to not be completely caught off guard by that. That would have been alarming. Anyway, we do now have something very close by to where we want to go, so we'll just go there immediately. Whoop. There we go. Okay, so this was... Yeah, the trap with the cage there. We might not want to step on that while we're already in the fight. Oh, was trying to knock him back. Trying to get him into some environmental damage here, but that was not quite working out. Not enough knockback in my attack. Oh, didn't think about the swipe at the end of that thrust. There we go. That's what I was going for, minus losing all those rosaries. Or... whatever else we might have looted there. Let's head on up. And we're coming here with low health, which is maybe not ideal. But we know this area is kind of clear. And we'll do the platforming segment again and hopefully pick up some silk before too long. Okay, yeah, my aiming is not very good when it comes to float plus diagonal thrust, and there we go. We just completely whiffed that with a forward swipe. That's okay, we're at a... Oh, wait. I didn't recover the cocoon, did I? So we just lost a massive pile. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I should have thought about that before diving into that. We should have replenished before going, because I think I just lost about 100 rosaries. Oh well. Didn't even think about it. Oh, we were not far enough along to get that going. Yeah, given that we were down in health, we actually should have maybe chosen to proceed safely instead. Let's just bypass this guy. Not bother. Okay, well that was unfortunate. That's a pretty pile of cash that we rendered unavailable. I think it was well over 100 that we lost there. Yeah, we haven't had too many shell losses so far, but I think the 2 or 3 that have happened have been pretty sizable. Yeah, again, I'm having trouble switching to the down input here. Let's just not do the float until we need to. So we can... Oh, we would have needed to there, maybe with a bit of an air dash. Yeah, need to... Oh, whoops, that was a mistake. Now, the float lets you kind of really adjust and make sure you're pointing down with your input. before you try to spike your way down, because that's kind of important. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Whoa, that was close. Nothing here. Okay, there we go. That proceeds down, but then what do we have here? I guess we'll float and find out. Look at this, it's Ostrich Bonanza. Oh, whoops, that was also much like the Ostrich Bonanza. Falling into that kind of location. Okay. We need to destroy this one. Okay, just a matter of standing back, perhaps. And also parrying every attack. That actually works if you just continually swipe into it. Okay, I'm gonna break out over here. There we go. Just going to proceed a little bit cautiously. Nothing else to break here for me, I think. Let's just float gently down, and then here's the switch that we were looking for, which opens up this passage. Something tells me there's a fight over here that we've just unlocked a shortcut to. I guess we'll have to see it. Oh, this one's ramming. Savage Beast Fly. Well, clearly it has a ramming attack, so. Oh, that was hitting rather hard. Luckily we had just enough time to heal. Okay. Pretty big tell on that attack at least. I just need to chip away at it gently. Swipe at it where we can. We're building up a bit of a bank of silk again, which is nice. Okay. Oh, missed the upswipe there. Okay, now environmental damage is... well, not environmental damage, or rather enemy spawning. Okay, that's a concern. Something's coming. That's okay, they can take care of that themselves. Unfortunately, oh, we're having dodging trouble now. And yeah, too many things going on. And it surprised me that it spawned one of those enemies, so that's okay, we'll just need to go back to the bench, and we didn't unlock the path there, so not too concerned. As long as we make it back there safely, of course, which is always a bit of a question mark when it comes to all that jumping, but yeah, let's bypass the capture point over here. Just not deal with that one. Okay. Yeah, at this point we have unlocked the gates on the left side, so we can go there accordingly. Pop this. But yeah, first phase we should be able to do pretty cleanly. It's that we'd need to watch out for the enemy types that are spawning. A little bit of a fake out on the attack pattern here sometimes, but not that often. You can otherwise sort of chase and poke. Oh, standing too close. It does hit hard for 2 masks. Oh, standing way too close. Okay. Oh. Shouldn't have gone for that approach so early. Yeah, we're in big trouble. I feel like we need to get rid of that before he spawns even more. Like right now. Okay. That's okay, just new material to deal with. Okay, over the trap, over here. Yeah, and it's an easy run back. We're very early in the game, of course, but so far, running back to the bosses, as long as we find a bench at all, that has generally been pretty relaxed. Nothing like the big Soul Master climb yet, but of course, we're very early. This could change. Yeah, we'll need to heal up at some point. So we'll just not stand so close when we're attacking in. That's an important improvement to make. Oh, standing too close. Luckily, we snuck that heal in before too long. You know, this area before this boss even gives you so much time to practice against the various ads that he spawns as well. And we still haven't been able to burn it out very quickly. Okay, this one... Yeah, so... just eyes on the boss while we do this. And, yeah, hopefully he can just take out his friends, but instead he's taking out me, so... That's alright, just watching too many things at the same time. I think that's the idea. You do kind of want to lure him into the ads and just let him clear the field, but then he's spawning them at a pretty rapid pace if you don't take care of them quickly, so... But whoops, that was totally a mistake already. Rather unnecessary one. Ah, whatever, let's just build it in silk. And this one. Okay. And we'll heal up now. Actually, I should have waited until past this platforming segment just in case of emergencies, but that's okay. Oh, that was not a very good dive. Well, we're kind of one mask down already going into the situation, but that's okay. We get silk off of the shell recovery, so... Okay. Pretty clean phase 1, actually. Or, well, I don't know if that's phase 1 exactly, but pretty clean run over to the first vulnerability that we're seeing. We're not at the ad spawning phase yet, of course. A couple of additional taps there will do wonders. Oh, we're in trouble. No, it's just not getting around us very well. No, just too much to deal with. Okay. Nope, and then got faked out by that. Thought he was going down. Totally juked there. That's okay, we'll be back there soon enough. And in the meantime, to run back will just get us a little more fluent with the platforming along the way. Getting a little swifter with the run back every time. Yeah, I have to watch the fake out sometimes. Oh yeah, once again, just faked out by that. Gotta watch the animation fairly carefully. I think there is a tell for that, but we haven't really been seeing it. Bit of a sloppy first phase so far. Just need to give him some distance when he does charge in so we can see what we're dealing with. Oh, standing way too close, and look at that, just got rammed. Nope, that was a mistake. Let's just get back on the bench. No, that's not the bench. Hang on. That's not the bench. That was next layer. But let's absolutely heal up instead of just going in at an immediate disadvantage. What a trap, this bench. I wonder if there was something that we could have anticipated about it, apart from, of course, the sign just being broken down. I mean, at least it wasn't something like the Crystal Caverns bench in the first game that concealed an entire boss fight, but we could have done a lot better all around. Yeah, down by Mask already going into this fight. Let's just up this shell and try to recover from the deficits. Probably can get in and take a few more initial swipes on this. But oh, just a little too high for me to reach there. Tied here. Oh, standing too close though. Whoop, and standing way too close. I mean, I just ran into him. Let's maybe not do that. We were doing so well, too, with the initial dodging pattern. Again, it's the ad phase that becomes an issue, but we'll get back there and fix that up in no time. Immediately get a single tap in. That's pretty much the best we've done. Getting a single hit. Yeah, you need good timing to try to hit the upper pattern from a standing position. Otherwise, that does place him just a little too far and it whiffs. Okay. Again, let's not stand too close. Give ourselves enough time to react if things don't go so well. Not quite. We should just avoid the ads when they come in. No, I think we need to burn them down quickly. Oh, and then, yeah, lure them in that way. Okay. still fine. It's the boss we need to watch. We just dodged the other one, I think. Boss is the one who does a lot more damage, so... Oh. That's... One hit from the boss at this point is going to get us into trouble, so... Okay. And then... Getting into a lot of trouble here, just can't dodge everything at once. Okay, this is getting a little too busy. We do need to take those down. We should prioritize them. I was thinking we could just let the boss take them out and just get into a dodging pattern, but particularly with the flying enemies, they're not really going to get hit. So... With the grounded ones, I can understand the case for that, because you can in fact lure the boss towards them in the stomping phase, but... With the stomping motion, rather. Unfortunately, taking a hit here. Early on. Yeah, let's just proceed. So yeah, that's the first time that we'd seen 3 additional spawns on the board. And that was clearly much too busy to deal with. Yeah, so he flies low initially, but then does fly high later, and then becomes a little bit forbidden to catch. Now that time was just standing in the wrong place. Oh, whoops. That was also just not very well placed. And you know what? This is becoming a bit of a fiasco. Let's just get some silk going. And then, like I said, bit of a fiasco. Did we get enough? Nope. A little bit short, actually. If we could tap just something here. Build up some resources. Doesn't look like we'll get it here, though. That's right. Yeah. This is just here for the flavor. What about here? Yeah. Nothing that we hadn't already uncovered. Anyway, the beast is going to continue beating its head against a padded cell there, essentially. To break down that wall. So yeah, you know what? We tap this first, then heal, then grab the cocoon, then we charge it forward. There we go, much better. It has to order. We do things properly here. Oh, no. Standing way too close. Give him some room after their stomp. Oh, no. Once again, just dove right into him. We've been able to get to the ad phase cleanly. We've just been standing way too close this time around. Should be able to tap him enough to build up some silk, but... Okay, now we're getting into issues, and look at that, just couldn't get out in time. Yeah, we really do need that clean phase 1 going here, so we can actually prepare to fight. We just haven't been able to fight the ads very efficiently, we just never learned how to take them down quickly in those previous segments. And of course we got into the same situation here now with, yeah, once again, this totally blowing this. Well, now we're actually in big trouble. Let's just get back to the cocoon, and you know, even if this blows this attempt, I guess we'll have to take it, because we don't want to lose everything back once again, even though it's not much, given that we already did lose one shell. Oh, don't want to flub that. Well, thanks. Okay, stab him quickly. Yeah, I try to get in a little too closely sometimes. Okay. Was a set of 3 with these. Okay, just need to react quickly. And dash back out. Give him some room. Got no silk. Oh, that was a fake out. We got healed up before the ad phase takes us apart. At least that one can be potentially dispensed with. Potentially. We're in big trouble now. Nope. Just getting caught. Could not get out of there. Just tucked into the corner once again. Yeah, we really do need to make space a lot faster than we're doing. Because otherwise too much space is just obstructed. I think it's actually the small flyers that I'm most concerned about, because they are just hard to reach. At least without a lot of jumping around that puts me directly in the path. The beast fly charging in. Oh, whoops. Don't know how we accidentally did that. Let's not spill off the edge this time. Yeah, after the first hit, you do get stunned by the introductory animation, so you can't really get more than one hit in, I don't think. Always get out after the third, so we can make sure we know which part of the pattern we're dealing with. We need to not get faked out. Nope, missing every swipe that time. There we go. Okay, ad phase coming in. Oh, I was trying to tap that one so we can stop it in place. Oh, got hit. We need to use projectiles for this. Yes, projectile actually instant kills it, so that is the way. For the small ones, we happen to those instantly. Okay, good. That's the way to do it. And that's not the way to do it when you jump directly into its path. But we have a solution for the small ones now. It's just that we have to expend some of the silk that we would rather be using on heals. Now for the larger flying spawns, I think that we might not want to do that unless we know we can get a kill on it, but maybe that's what the... well, yeah, everything's going to expend a bit of silk anyway. But yeah, for the small flyers, just get them at range. That is absolutely the way. Nice to have breakthroughs like that occasionally instead of just ramming into the boss with the same tactics over and over. But with repetition, one discovers that kind of thing, and that's the benefit to having to beat our heads against it a little bit. Oh, it's going too high that time. Yeah, I had to do a minimal jump there. Oh, is it going to do the stomp phase at some point? This time. Stand back a bit. Okay, it goes up like that. Okay. That was almost a fake out. Luckily we did not get caught. Okay. Good. Luckily that was a big target for it to hit. I don't want to expend too much silk yet because we do want the projectile available. Okay. Okay, well that was a little whiff, but he stomped it anyway, so all's fair. Unfortunately, it means we don't have the resources for this one now, do we? Oh, missed it. That's okay. Let him stomp. No resources right now. Okay, we're in trouble now. We're in big trouble. Yeah, we just whiffed when we attempted to do that poke with... I need to call it by its name. The Silk Spear, that's what it is. I was going to call it a spear, but I couldn't remember that was the Silk Spear. The complete works of William Silk Spear. And then... we just need to not whiff that completely, because we unfortunately fell behind pace with the flyers. Even with the boss assisting us along the way by stopping so many of them. So we fell behind just a little bit there. But yeah, I think we can do this. We just need to clear space quickly enough to not get surrounded by everything. The worst is if the ads come out and then there's a long stretch without any kind of stopping phase. He does kind of track Hornet's position, I think, when it comes to deciding which row to go to, which is why we occasionally have him go too high, because that's at the end of a jump that might have gone too high, perhaps. Yeah, I think he does track Hornet's height. So you jump and then he leads him up. Jump prematurely. Okay, ad number 1. Oh, got caught. That's okay, at least we created space and then, oh, ran right into him. We were doing so well, too, mostly. But that was progress in a way, just could have been a lot better. And, well, that could also have been a lot better. Let's just heal up again. No, well, same mistake. We just go so long before trying to float. Should actually just tap the float on the way down and I have to do this repeatedly. There we go. Let's not get captured here like we've done on so many occasions. Carelessly. And let's continue. Almost spilled over the edge there. Missed the first swipe, that was not a great start. Okay. This could be done a lot more cleanly. Yeah, that goes a bit high. Because it does track a position from, I think, a certain time frame ago. If you jump really high over the first one here, I think it goes high. That some of the time. That's why it feels like a fake out, because it does track your position on a bit of a delay. I think. That's the sense I'm getting off of it anyway. See it? Tries to get you out that way. I think it is based on harness movement though. Oh, come on, stop this one from me, will you? Well, you did, but at what cost? Okay. Trying to get around this one has not been working out. However, that worked. Okay, now we can attack in again. You know what? Oh, that did not hit that nearly hard enough. The small one, though, however, can be taken out that way. Oh, did not hit too hard. No, we have no heals. Now we're back to having to deal with these. Yeah. And then, oh, well, got faked out. It went up. Yeah, you jump a little too early. It does track you pretty close. So it is based on some kind of time frame where, you know, if you start jumping too early, then it will track you up. With some of those motions. I think that's seemingly what's happening. So you don't want to over-anticipate those. Oh. We keep getting caught by this. Absolutely not paying attention to this guy. Hang on. We're not doing it this way. Let's get back to that bench. Okay, now let's actually get around this properly. And he's gonna take a dive anyway. Works for me. First tap. There we go. Okay, we're at full back. Let's try to do this cleanly. Get a stomp? Yes, we are. Okay. Just a light jump over there. Pretty gentle on this side so far, but okay. Unfortunately, we run through way too many health points, and now a single hit from the bosses can take off 2 masks for us. Okay, that was actually kind of a nice hit. Oh, gently went too close. We'll need that heal off the mask soon, unfortunately. Nope, that was a bad call. Doesn't instant kill those ones on the ground anyway, just the flyers. So the spear should be saved for the flyers for sure. The other ones we can kind of control the position a little bit better, perhaps. They're easier for the boss to hit with a friendly stomp. I was trying to jump around that trap too at this time and just completely whiffed on it. Okay, not enough silk. Ah, whatever. Let's just go put a heart down. Ah, no. No, we're 2 hearts down. You know what? No, let's fill up and do this properly. Okay. And he's back after the bench, of course. No, well, that was a mistake. That's okay. Took us 1 point down. That could matter. Well, that's gonna matter now. I mean, when we did this badly. Well, it's just like starting this with no silk, that's all. And, yeah, this is really sloppy. This attempt is not going to go. Okay. Extremely sloppy. Okay. At least you can get lots of taps in. Okay. Wow, that's quick surge spawns here. That one at least you can constrain. Freeze some position. Oh. Then we'll get many attacks in here. Oh, nope. Thought I could tap it. No silk left for the spear, unfortunately. And then nothing left for much of anything, actually. Back into that. This is the problem. This is a big problem. Okay. Oh, and look at that. We were doing so well. Oh, well, I mean, not well, but, you know, we were surviving, but had to run into him at the last moment there. It was actually a reasonable attempt. That was the best attempt we've had yet, I think, despite all the sloppiness along the way. In terms of, you know, getting the most hits in on the second phase, then... Oh, come on. Every single time. I was watching out for that, too. We just stepped too far. Whatever. We've had worse. Here we go. This means we need to take a heal 1 mask earlier than usual at some point. Get in as many extra swipes as we can, I think. Oh, hit. We want to heal up as soon as we can so we're not at risk of an instant kill. Does mean that we're a little short on a spear. Okay, that's good. Works for me. Unfortunately, that did freeze me into an untenable position. At least we cleared space, so we don't need to dodge so much. Okay. That was surprisingly okay. Okay, that's fine. Don't know how reliably we can bait that in, but when we can, we will. Oh, two at a time. Oh, no. Had no chance to heal there. Yeah, I didn't think it dropped two at a time. I guess that's the furthest we've gone so far. Because we just hadn't seen that part of the phase before. We needed to have a much better plan for clearing space. But best attempt yet. Things have been improving. Very imperfect, of course, but that just means that with some polish, this could be within reach. I mean, that time a lot of the friendly fire stomps were on my side, so I shouldn't take that for granted, but... Oh. Really caught out of position that time, too. Try to catch him at least once on every movement here if we can. Nope. Just had no place to land. Okay, no heal available, but after a few taps of the boss, maybe we can replenish enough self to resolve that. Yeah, it should be a priority before heals. For that reason. Oh, no. Wrong button. That was actually just misclick. With exactly the kind of input error that we were talking about earlier, accidentally tapping R on the way to hitting R. We hadn't done that in a while, but that happened at a very critical juncture that time where we really needed to dodge that. That was going pretty well up to that point, though. I feel like we do have a pretty clear plan that doesn't involve taking a point off of this guy. Okay, let's go back. That was a mess. Lost count of how many times we've just been caged by that, even though I know exactly the spot where the trap is, and I sometimes try to jump over and just miss. Okay, we know the spots. And yet, so often we get caught by that anyway. Okay. So you get into the flow. not get faked out too much by the occasional changes in movements. Just try to get in every swipe that we can along the way. Oh, wow, it didn't jump high enough. Very careless. Absolutely avoidable mistake that time. Okay, at phase number 1 already. Just try to tap in a bit more without jumping in excessively. This one we kind of need to let him stomp. No, otherwise we just walk into it like that. That's not great. We don't have enough silk to deal with this right now. Nope. Jumped out too late. We can do it, just takes practice. We had made some pretty deep attempts at this point. Well, one attempt up to the point where the boss spawns 2 at once. That's a point of concern right now, in terms of just clearing enough space, but... we can get through that. I feel like that's already essentially Act 3 of the fight. That's the sense I get anyway. One develops a feel for these things. Trying to get in a few more hits if we can, but I haven't found a good way to do it. Try to get like a double hit on the stomp. I don't think we can do it just yet. Nope, standing too close. Okay. No, that's not the kind of we want to get with the spear, but that's okay, we took it up quickly. Spear plus single hit actually does take that out nicely. Let's not get faked out. We can dodge well enough to have enough energy for a heal left over when we need it, despite spending on the spear from time to time. That would be ideal. Like in that kind of position. Like that. So we're still on 3, and we still have enough of a bank to run a spear if need be. Oh, standing way too close. That's the problem now, because now we're at risk of a single hit. No. No. Bad position. I needed to wait for the stomp to end before we did that. We had a lot of things under control that time. 3 mass feels actually reasonably safe. 2 does not, of course, because a single boss hit takes you out. And just trying to get around that, and yet every single time. Almost. Let's just take that hit and... well, okay, let's go back. It's becoming something of a pattern here. We need to do more to use those consumable projectiles since we've been sitting at cap for the shell fragments anyway. The shell shards. I haven't found a good effective way to use them on that fight yet, with all the movement that we're doing at the same time. Maybe use them for a quick burn in the third phase. Just dump everything we've got. We have the presence of mind to do it with so much movement happening at the same time. I can kind of get 2 hits in if we're early on approaching. Oh, nope. That was almost click. And a pretty hazardous one. So, okay, we want to stand full silk for the moment. Maybe want to heal up because then we can build up into the spear still a bit. Oh, okay, we want to heal up. No. No room. No room. That was right before getting into the first ad phase. Just going to take a moment to give my left hand a bit of a stretch here. We're starting to cramp up a little bit on that fight, and so I want to just stay a bit loose. All that movement. Okay. This has definitely been the boss that has taken me the longest in this game so far, and that's alright. That's just the natural pattern of escalation. Oh, no, wrong way. Okay, that was totally blown. Absolutely rough start there. And yeah, look at that, just got faked out. Alright, this has been a disastrous attempt. Haven't really been getting any of our usual pattern. Just need to settle back in. We'll want to heal up as soon as it is reasonable to do so. Let's take out that position first. We don't have a heal available right now, though, since we burned it on a spear, but the idea is that we clear enough space to bank up the energy to get the heal when we can. Way too far out of position. Okay, that's fine. No. Everybody's trapping me here. We just could not dash far enough to get over all that and weave our way through. Yeah, that was on the board for too long. That one in the corner. The one on the ground. Sticking his spines out. Oh. I know it's there. I don't know why that keeps happening, but you know what? Okay, no, we're going back. If we're down to 3 masks, we're not starting to fight with 3. 4 I can take. I'm not starting it with 3. It's like repeatedly stepping into a rig. Springing it up in your face. We know the spot. The switch is right here. Very visible. After you get used to... Well, okay, well, alright. Okay, this has been an absolute fiasco. Absolute fiasco. Let's, reorient ourselves a little bit here. I think I actually do need to Give my stick hand just a reprieve for just a moment here, and let's kind of get settled back in, because clearly something has gone wrong. So we've been on this fight for some time. We are progressing. We are getting better at some elements of it when we have a good attempt, but sometimes things do get a little bit rough. Okay, switch is right here. Let's just not deal with it. Yeah, up we go. Rather too risky, I think, but stun phase, there we go. Because we can maybe get an additional tap as it's going back up. Like that. Okay, that's fine. Back in. Oh. We're doing well up until standing too close there. Nope, no space to work with here. This is becoming a concern. Okay, it's fine. Just clear some space. Oh. Bad spot to stand for that. Right idea, bad timing. Okay, that's fine. We are down to one hit here though, so let's heal up. Okay, it's not a flyer, so we don't need a spirit immediately. Okay, that's fine. Oh, nope, that's not fine. No clear opportunity to heal just yet, but we're looking for one. Oh, no, that's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. There's no room to move. Nope. Jumped right into that. Yeah, things got a little bit out of control. We were okay up to a point. There is a feeling of steady progress, but just owing to the nature of the randomness of the spawns combined with some of the uncertainty of the pattern, it is a highly improvisational fight. Which is nice, it's very dynamic, it's different every time, you're not just committed to a single approach once things get a bit complicated. But it does mean that you have to make a lot of decisions in the spur of the moment. Nope. Nope. Standing in all the wrong places. It's okay. No. in all the wrong places. Nope, standing again in all the wrong places. And, nope, landed right on top of him because of the little air stall that we do when launching the spear. We could be here a while. Oh. Especially if we keep doing this. This guy. Okay. Heal up, try that again. Okay, gonna make it over. Here we go again. Chase in as much as we can. Just to a few extra hits. Okay. Oh, no. It was too far in the air. We could have done a downward stomp out of that in those situations where we're kind of trapped in the air, but I think we don't quite have the presence of mind to do it at a moment's notice. Nope, out of position. We're a little too dependent on a heal. It's better to mitigate, maybe by... Oh, look at that. We dodged the cage and we still got caught. Okay. Better mitigate by just using the spear aggressively, I think. Or using the other projectiles, which do consume silk in their own right, I think. But... Nope. Okay, this is a disaster again. That's fine. We're here anyway. We'll just use the first round of silk to heal right off the top. Swipe whenever we can. Oh, nope. Standing too close. Everything was too close into each other. Nope, missed it. I missed a swipe. I was trying to swipe it. It just didn't go. I'm totally stuffed in here. There's nowhere to go. Everything just trapped me in a corner. Well, still here. Oh. Especially if we do that. Nope. Well, I was trying to jump out at the very end there, but we clearly caught that much too low. Much too risky with that. Okay, let's watch out for the trap. know it's there and still... And, well, he still caught me, okay. Actually got 2 hits in before the start of the fight this time. The formal start. Oh, got that dropped right on my head. That was really quite unfortunate. Now, we don't have a clear healing opportunity just yet. And I'm... Oh, crap. There's nowhere to go. Yeah, standing in a corner when everything's flying towards you, maybe not the wisest idea there. I only just noticed. If you hold down to sprint, you actually don't need to hold down the direction in which you're running. It actually just follows your facing direction. If you hold continuously. It's taking me this long to notice. Again, we hadn't really been using the sprint until this point. That might have some interesting implications for how you can switch out of the sprint to move around in other directions, maybe. But in terms of, you know, correcting your facing direction, for instance, it gives you a bit more of a margin for doing so, perhaps. For certain moves, that is going to be pretty important. Oh, got rammed. Too many things going on. Okay, that's okay. At least took that out. Oh, got caught. Nope. Standing in exactly the wrong spot. We should have noticed that before we committed to the heal. Yeah, pretty wild fight for us so far. Yeah, I discovered that about the sprint earlier. That would have saved me quite a bit of potential left-hand strain. Get 2 hits before the start, that's fine. Standing way too close to the edge here, but that's okay. Going to get into that series of hits much quicker than usual, actually. So at least this part is becoming cleaner. Oh, I was trying to jump over that one. That did not go at all. That also completely whipped. Had the right idea with a spear, but would actually hit that thing. Oh. Just got caught by everything there. Jumping a bit too low. We tried to weave in between. Yeah, you freeze those spiny ones somewhere in the middle, then they're at least likely to get stomped out of the way. But we can't always get in a good swipe. Let's try to parry here. Nope. Let's get out of here and do this again. Let's fix that. Oh, we'll see what happens when we do get through the fight. I was actually saying earlier when we faced fourth course that so far the series of bosses in this game has like a very steady, gentle escalation, very patiently readable patterns, etc. Then we get into this one. And I think it's just the irregularity of the fight, just the amount of improvisation you do with the different combinations that has been catching me out. You're not going to find one timing or method here, depending on what spawns, depending on what the movement is going to be like. For example, we're not getting the ground stomp at all this time, at this point. And then, yeah, we've been faked out so many times now. Oh, whoops, just walked into that. Oh, we're too busy swiping away. Walked into a completely safe position and blew it. Anyway, let's try again. Okay. Oh, didn't really even get the starting swipe this time. That's okay. We can make up for it soon enough. Feels like there are some positional triggers for the various aspects of its pattern that can be potentially exploitable. I just don't know systematically what those are yet, so. Spawning one immediately again. That was rather unfortunate, but that's okay. It took care of that itself, so we don't need to expend resources on it. Oh, fake out. Oh, got stomped. Okay. Got through that at least. Nope, couldn't sneak under. That was taking up too much space. We really did need to tap that every time we pass by it. Oh, once again. Trying to catch that a little too low. Nope. Cannot believe how easily baited we are into that. Whoops. Okay, no. Let's go back. We take that many hits, we go back. That's been the principle so far, and it's assuming we even make it. This has been a pretty major sticking point for us. This area here. Particular fight. map we've unlocked. Oh. Okay. Hang on, let's not do that. Clearly flagging a little bit here. It's okay. It's a pretty short run. All things considered, just with some traps that have been a repeated nuisance. I mean, one trap in particular, I should say. Close in like that, I guess into the stomp pretty quickly. Haven't been able to get a swipe in that time. Okay, good. Maintain focus and take out the ads when we see them. Nope. Okay. Bad position. I'm amazed we got out of that one. Get very many hits in here. Focus down the ad instead. That's okay. That gated it somewhat. Oh, and unfortunately stalled for too long on the spear because it was coming right over. Try to recover by enough to get a heal going. Spawns so quickly at this point. Been able to get word in edgewise. Yeah, we were too busy taking care of the ads. I just could not get any swipes into the boss. But at least it made everything feel a little bit more controlled. That, you know, if you prioritize the ads, at least you don't get into a position where you're dodging everything all at once. So I think that might be the right approach. It's just that we haven't been able to sneak in those extra attacks on the boss, and so when things fall apart, they fall apart quickly. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there is a certain art to the timing of using that spear so we don't get by the main boss while we're trying to land it. And oh, got caught that time, we just had no real opportunity to move anywhere. Okay. Oh, standing too close. have to wait for the stomp pattern first. Oh, nope, got caught again. It was just build up silk. From a UI perspective, I like that it does give you that little spark in the corner when your silk fills up sufficiently for the heal, because then you don't actually need to keep an eye on your meter. You just kind of see the flash in the corner of your eye and you know that it's ready. It's a very subtle UI decision that I'm actually quite pleased with, and which we've been very reliant upon. It does mean that if you're spending that much silk on heals, you don't have it available for the spear as you need. That's been a problem. Oh, stood way too close that time. Okay, good. Didn't need to use the spear that time. That was convenient. Probably should have spent a heal at some point. Just because we can bank up enough silk after that for the next spear. But now we have to get into the ad phase, so can't do that just yet. Taking them both with a spear is nice. And we rarely get a chance to do, and it does happen. It does happen very well. Get rid of this if we can. Oh, we'll need to heal soon. Oh no, we're standing under. No, I saw as soon as I started healing that we were standing under the drop. It is getting better. And this part here might not be getting better. Let's see. Now that we've drawn attention to it. I have to be very conscious of it every time. And even so, we make mistakes. Try to close it and just get past this phase without too much trouble. Don't stand too close. That's been a problem. Okay, step back. We need to tap that as often as possible. Nope, got faked out. Okay. Too bad about taking the damage there. We don't need to. Maybe drop down and heal. You know what? They're spawning. Yeah, when we get enough silk. Right now, I think we need to chance it just to keep things under control. Missed it. Missed it completely. That's fine. No. Bad position. We at least got a partial heal there. I mean, we did get the heal. It was +3 minus 2. Got 1 mask back for that trouble. That's fine. Nope. We just need to not get hit by things. How hard could that be? General principle of boss fights: don't get hit. Oh. I was thinking about it. Oh, we actually just got the parry briefly, but then now it's fallen apart. So thought we'd actually escape that for a moment, but it was not so. Yeah, this fight is taking some work, but we really don't mind. I mean, it's just in the nature of the game. It's just going to make it all the more satisfying when we do, in fact, manage to make it to the end. How far we are? Well, we haven't really been counting hits, but... I'm going to do the comparatively easy parts of it as cleanly as we can. A lot of it is the silk management as well. I mean, the silk management is largely just, you know, trying not to get hit. Oh. Got a little bit chipped there. Luckily, not too severe. Nope. Okay, that's a clear opportunity to heal. Let's take it. And hope to build enough silk for this guy here. Nope. No, just got caught by everything. Yeah, okay, now we're in a bit of a bind, but when we have the opportunity to take the heal, we will go for it. Okay, that's stabilizing as long as we build up enough silk for the flying ad. We can get the spear going. The only way to fight has become more complex past this point is more of the simultaneous spawns. Okay. As long as we have enough silk for the spear. Not in the worst shape we can be in. This has actually been one of the better attempts. So this is when we get into the simultaneous spawns here. We just absolutely need some of those to get stopped, I think. Just to simplify things. Because until that point, there's not too much we can do. Oh. Particularly if we get faked out like that. Okay, I thought it was going down. We up. I jumped into that a bit early, and that does lead the boss up, as we've seen a few times in the past. We hadn't dealt with that so much recently, simply because we had been staying grounded so much more with the current approach. But that was going quite nicely. This is, once again, not going nicely because we're always thinking too far ahead about the fight and not dealing with this guy. You know what, let's just get back up to 5. We usually stick it through at 4, but, you know, I'd rather win. So yeah, I thought we were doing quite well on that previous attempt. Getting up to the double spawn. And getting much further than usual without taking incoming damage, and managing to silk a lot better. But it does take more finesse than what we've been giving it. So back in we go. I'm playing this fight with stick because of all the aerial movement, but we've actually been sticking backward to D-pad for the run back. And the reason is because I can kind of loosen my grip and make sure we are feeling physically pretty good going into this portion of the fight. Oh, no, got caught. We rarely get caught by a stomp like that. That was a very unfortunate mistake there. Unfortunately, we need to burn some silk and heal here, but as long as we build up enough silk to deal with the small flying ad when it comes, we're actually potentially still on track. Unfortunately, we need to not stand in that. That's just... okay. Too much to deal with. That's okay, as long as we don't get rammed. We can build up to a heal again before we have to deal with too many small flying ad spawns. Well, never mind that. Yeah, it's possible to stabilize out of something like that, but only if we dodge. Oh, getting too ambitious there. Let's just heal up. Okay, back up we go. I mean, it is a very interesting fight, but it's a lot of multitasking and attention management, which a lot of the fights in this game have been going for. I think it's been a much more noticeable pattern to the encounter design than it was in Hollow Knight. Obviously, it was a part of Hollow Knight to kind of have the fights escalate by just saying, okay, you've seen all these aspects of it, now you have to dodge multiple things with multiple movement patterns at the same time. It's been the case with several of the fights in this game, I think, that as you get into the final phases, it's mostly just a combination of effects. Okay. Sure, stop it. Yeah, if the big flyers are doing their bind effect, then that's when they're vulnerable to being stomped. Okay, good. Throws that exactly where we wanted. Not that we can do that very intentionally, but when it happens, we'll take it. Okay, nope, couldn't get it. Nope, it's just out of reach slightly. It was slightly too low when swiping that. Okay, we need to not stand under the spawn, of course, when we try to heal up. Hot. Nope. Nowhere to go. Again, when we see that we're leading the boss towards us, we do need to get into the habit of doing the downward thrust. That's something we've hardly been using at all in this fight, is the downward thrust. In fact, we are rarely in a position where that downward diagonal is what we're going for, but I wonder if we might be underusing it as a potential escape mechanism. Or even just a way to try to cut down some of the aerial enemies as well. But that's something to keep in mind. I mean, partly it's because, you know, we had some issues with directional control when it came to the downward diagonal thrust, but also got 3 hits at the opening of the fight this time, which is usually brisk. Okay, good. Oops, standing too close for no reason. The story of this boss in particular, but maybe a couple of encounters. Nope, just jumped too late. We will need to heal up when the opportunity presents itself. Oh, nope. Opportunity did not present itself. We went a little too early on that, but that's okay. As long as we build up enough silk. Deal with that afterwards. The only ad we're spending silk on is spear on a small flyer. Oh, nope. Thought I could slide under that. That was miscalculated. That was entirely recoverable, too. We're about to burn a heal on getting 3 mass back up. We absolutely could have salvaged that. Were it not for that final dash being so far out of position. Well, this fight has been the story of the session. We will get it. It's just a matter of how many mistakes we're going to make until that point. Yeah, we want to chase locations like that. Again, we don't want to necessarily stand too close. We do get the opportunity to burn down a boss. That's been a self-inflicted mistake on many occasions. Nope. Didn't expect to go down in that location. That was a misread. For sure. If you're using the spear, then we can do a quick dash out of it after a certain cooldown. Oh, nope, got caught. Now we will need to heal up, but not until we get the silk to do so. Hopefully we get more wiggle room before next ad comes in. Getting almost too close. Just barely out of range of the drop. Gonna pick away at that. No. Yeah, the big flyers, we just don't have a good strategy for them yet, because I think often we just missed a swipe that we need. They're such a big target, but when they're flying close to the ground, you can't actually just take them with a straight forward swipe. Nope. You see, I know this is coming, it's just that we have been overdoing the dash into it. That's the issue, is that I know that it's coming, but I'm too late to dodge it because we're already at full speed running over the trap. Over carefully, and then let's not get swiped by him after dodging the trap, of course, like we did in one of the other previous disaster attempts. I wonder what the reward is past this point, because this is obviously a pretty significant fight. We just jumped straight into the boss at the start. That was embarrassing. Okay, this attempt is not going. Yeah. We just completely blew it. That one practically didn't count. Worst one yet, for a while anyway. Welcome to Scriptivus. Yeah. It's definitely an F to pay respects moment. Right there, considering, well, I mean, you know, sometimes we just need to get attempts like that out of the way so we can get the good one in. With our palate cleansed or something. away. Back up we go. Yet again. Again, let's get in close. We can. But not too close. Not so close that we just run into the hitbox for 2 masks down. Okay, good. Nice and early. Like maybe there's more we can do to burn them down when we do break defense like that. Missed. Okay, actually managed to get out of that. There's a little dip that happens when you do the air dash that actually saved us that time. We barely ever use it intentionally, but got me out of a ton of trouble. Even got some damage done against the boss. Oh, okay, that was almost a miss. Smack it out of the way and get back to hitting the boss as soon as we can. Okay, so this guy is the one we have trouble with. And then double drop over here, that was awful. Got absolutely stuffed. We did get as far as the double drop at least. That's something we've seen on a few attempts. Best we've done is to get to the part when we have 2 falling at once. It's a very busy screen at that point. I think sometimes dodging patterns and bosses, when you look over video afterwards, they look slower than they felt at the time. There's definitely a different perception of time that's going on when you're playing. Oh, whoops. You know, delay between brain and fingers. Also taking part of it. Altering your temporal sense. Standing a little close there, but gonna stomp over here. Here we go. We're successfully baiting that this time. Oh. We will need to heal out of this one, I think. Oh, got dropped. Didn't even see that. Nope. Bad call to do the spear while that's still in the stomping phase. That was clearly going to track us. No, again. I think the thing that works about that spot when it comes to trap design is that whenever I run into that, you know, I do kind of have half my mind on trying to get around it, but I also am usually thinking about the boss fight still and thinking about what we'll do when we get back there. And so it's one thing to have a run back where you just have to play carefully and get around enemies that you see on screen, but having a trap that just repeatedly activates on you like that. Surely one of the big mental blocks here is that I'm usually still thinking about what we could have done differently on the last boss attempt. It's very easy to lose attention. Just enough to throw off your timing on dodging a trap, even if you do know that you're supposed to dodge. And even if you are readying that input. in mind. Okay, let's not jump into this immediately at the start and go too fast down necessarily. Oh, no. Taking a very early hit there that I really shouldn't have. Oh, get caught out. It's okay, as long as we build up enough of a resource bank again, we can get back on track. Yeah. When the small flyers come out, if we can string them together with the boss, that's obviously best because of the penetrating effect on the spirit, but you cannot always trust that this will happen, so. You can never hit these ones. That's okay. The boss can hit them at least. Nope, got caught that time. Okay, just barely out of the way. Heal. Very critical moment there. Potentially. I keep missing these ones. I don't know what it is. Nope. It will get stomped at least, but we also got whacked like crazy. We'll need to go for the next heal that's possible. If we can make it that far. Okay, I was having some directional issues there with the swipe. I think I'm just slipping a bit on a stick. We're sometimes definitely pointing the wrong way. Hey, look at that. We made it over. For once. Here we go again. Very nice to finish this part today. I don't remember that many bosses in the sort of standard path group. Hollow Knight, you know, the required bosses before you get into things like dream bosses or anything even harder than that. Of course, but many bosses harder than that in Hollow Knight. I don't remember in terms of standard story bosses. Things generally taking that long. Maybe the first time I saw something like Soul Master. But this has definitely been on a tougher side. Absolutely a huge difficulty spike in the context of this game. But of course, you know, people have their own talents and weaknesses when it comes to how they do in boss fights. Kind of things that go well for them or don't. Just trying to look for healing opportunity here. There we go. We do want to get up to enough energy for a spear, enough silk for it for too long. Good. That worked out a lot better than I could have hoped for. This could fall apart quickly, but right now we're in a pretty good state for this late in the fight before we get into double spawns right here. Double spawn with the spear. That's the best we could have hoped for, actually. Double spawn with flyers with that much energy. Or that much silk, rather. Absolutely the best pattern that we could have had. felt good about that one. I felt like we were on the way to clear once we got the double hit on the flyers that spawn. That took some time. That was easily, what, past hour and a half or so of the stream? It's funny because I had some bosses up to this point that obviously did take a couple of attempts. A couple of platforming sequences that took a few attempts. And then when I looked over the video of the first session, I realized that, you know, even some of the ones that took many, many tries, the game is so pacey that often that came down to just within 10 minutes or so. But here, this one took some work. And I feel like we earned whatever this is. Thank you for the GG. We have to bind this multiple times because this is so much binding that needs to be done. Bound the crest of beast. Tear foes with savage slashes, bind to enter a wild fury and steal life from prey. Interesting. To change crest, open a crest screen of the menu while resting at a bench. So I guess this is going to be a pretty significant alteration to which attack we're using. I guess we'll see what it is. And it might be something that's entirely optional when it comes to the main line of the game. For all we know, might just be a playstyle thing. Unless there's a specific kind of gate that this opens for us, which I don't think would necessarily be the idea. But anyway, let's see how it works. Get back to the menu in the meantime. Yeah, that's been claimed. That's also healed us up completely, which is nice. So, Crest of Beast. Well, it's not something that we're plugging in here. This is part of the loadout. Or maybe maybe it is required. Who knows? As part of whatever standard progression we're looking at. I actually don't see... Oh, view crest. Okay, there we go. I see. So, okay. So you get multiple configurations. Okay. Stalk prey and attack with lethal strikes with the hunter, but then we might get a very different moveset entirely in beast form. Well, you know, let's find a bench and switch into this and see what happens. It looks like it doesn't benefit from the slot expansion that we did over here, though. That's the only thing, but we'll see what it's all about. I mean, it looks like we're kind of on that right now. We actually did automatically switch to that, which is why we have no compass all of a sudden, because we are already in the beast moveset, which is closer range, as you can see. Different set of attacks entirely. Also, notice, not only different set of attacks, but different kind of diagonal dive. Yeah, so you get these shorter range attacks that apparently have a lifesteal to them. So it's higher risk, higher reward. Perhaps. I feel like with this will take some practice to see how this new downward attack goes. And of course, having no compass right now, we want to maybe get back to... Oh, interesting. Puts us back here, huh? We probably want to get back to a bench as soon as we can. Like, what if we... Oh, look at that. That completely whiffs. It's a completely different pattern. We're dealing with these here, which is a concern because, you know, we took so long just to get used to that. But we'd better heal up. No, the bind no longer heals you because the bind puts you in a lifesteal state. Okay, I understand that now. Because the bind puts you into fury where you need to attack to lifesteal, so you don't just get the flat heal. So it changes your healing style entirely. Interesting. So we can't just tap that in the middle of nowhere. Ooh, this is entirely closed off now. Well, we need to escape here as the beast. And yeah, we kind of get into a fury. Yeah, this is a concern, though, being able to jump over any of this stuff. Okay, we need to... Hang on. I was trying to bind there so we could get into the lifesteal, but that did not work. However, we spawn directly here. However, yeah, it does drop the shell accordingly. And of course, you know, in order to get into that, we... get into fury. But doing so, it was a bit of a net loss. Well, we'll see. Don't know if we're quite acclimatized to this playstyle yet, especially with the diagonal bounces. Obviously, it's going to be a vastly different pattern. Yeah, let's not risk it until we're in a safe place to try it. But these are usually over pits, right? So it's not really going to be safe either way. Unless we're doing it over here, maybe. Yeah, so you can bounce those. We'd better hit the bench. And let's see if we can configure this. So we have no slots for anything but attacking in with the pins. That's the thing, is I feel like we don't want to use this until we actually have more that we can plug in that is in the red category. Because until then, you know, we have no way of improving this. So we might want to keep this on the back burner until we have a very specific use for it, given that we're not really using the pin attack anyway. It is a very interesting crest, but yeah. I mean, the lifesteal, the nice thing about it is that it's a little more immediately responsive, where you can kind of remain engaged in the fight as you get some health back. So you don't need to stall and wait for an opening, whereas the hunter obviously has a far greater resemblance to the knight's original playstyle in Hollow Knight in terms of how the heal would work. I would like to experiment with this more, but I feel like we want to get a little more to buff it up first. I mean, we really worked for this one, but it'd be more interesting to play the game with it. But the thing is, we're still exploring, and we wouldn't have the compass with it either. I feel like that's maybe a later consideration if we want it for certain fights, that we can take it as something a bit more situational. So let's stay with this for the time being, so we, you know, have something a bit more balanced and all around. We also don't even have anything put into this slot yet. But yeah, this is the first we've really noticed of the configurability of the crest system, that you can essentially just change fighting styles and classes entirely, and it'll be interesting to see what else we get out of that. For now, though, we're just going to go back to something familiar, just because we're still traversing. 06i, you're saying it doesn't sound good for exploring. Yeah, given that you have no yellow slots for the compass, for one thing, it feels like it's something that is more specifically for if you have like a high movement boss that just doesn't give you an opening for the standard heal, then you would want to use the lifesteal, because then, you know, you attack it and you continue attacking. I guess it also depends on what else we can get to fit into the red slot that we'll actually use, whereas the pins, we haven't really been using them at all in a tense situation. So let's continue exploring this area here. But one of the main issues, of course, is that we just don't have this movement angle down at all with that sort of forward roll that you get in beast form. That's going to take significantly more practice. And I feel like we want to really improve our suite of movement abilities before we even think about that. I don't know, exploration-wise, if that would even open up anything that we can't get already. And when it comes to the beast movement set, this looks like a whole bunch of traps. Oops, that was accidental. Yeah, that cracks it. I feel like at any point it's going to swipe me with a trap. What's going on here? What can we cut? Surely there's something more going on here. I was expecting this to drop or get blown apart somehow, but maybe there's something we can do. Very curious. Anything here? Oh, there is. That's a trap. We knew that. We see many trap spots here, actually. We should just not step on them. I am tempted to test what this is and where it swipes, but I really think we shouldn't, given my history with traps lately. Okay. Oh, did we get an upgrade off of this NPC? Looks potentially helpful. Mottled scar.
That's fine.
My apologies, sir. Though I can grasp the language of many bugs, your words are unfamiliar even to me. Kamwak, no kugri.
Tamiya.
These items you have collected, these are the wares of a warrior. Do you wish to trade? Noku. Okay, we can't afford any of this, but interesting. So, yeah, Curved Claw looks almost kind of like a boomerang, actually. Fractured Mask. He doesn't even tell you what that does. He doesn't tell you what any of this does. Shard Bundle, well, obviously we don't even have room for that. So we'll have to return to him when we can actually afford something. Too bad we lost that 100-some in currency earlier, before we had even reached the Beastfly. But, yeah, speaking of, you know, buffing up the red attacks, that's potentially helpful. Fractured Mask. I wonder if maybe that just gives you additional health or something when you plug it into blue. Or some other kind of health-related effect that is defensive. Definitely judging by the color scheme, I feel like, you know, yellow is loot and exploration, red is offensive, blue is probably defensive, given the icon as well. You know, you've got the compass icon, essentially, for the entire yellow category. The needle for whatever goes in red, which, as we can see with the Curved Claw, is clearly more weaponry. Auxiliary weaponry. The fact that you can plug in 2 different reds as well tells me that you would potentially have little to no overlap between different kinds of auxiliary weapons that you can plug in. So, yeah, were we to come back here to get the Fractured Mask, maybe that's something like temporary health. Oh. Didn't like that. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't have done some of that. Broken his stuff. That's okay, let's just get out. At least we know what this is. And we can mark the vendor when we get back to a bench and mark, watch those traps. Okay, at least we know what this is. So I can't really get up past this point at the moment. Let's bench it up. and then see where we can proceed from here. Now, I said much earlier that we actually wanted to go down to check deep docks and maybe wrap around that location on the west side of the far fields as well, since we previously stopped just short of checking that. So possibly we go down to the lower deep docks and far fields junction. Lots of different places that we can check around here before we proceed further. Obviously, we do know of some places where we can go up. I think it was another updraft that you could ride going up from the far fields. And a couple of different locations that we hadn't checked here as well. That's in the Marrow. So, lots to potentially look at. I feel like the docks are a decent candidate. And where were we even going? Down, okay. After doing that drop so many times, I think we're accustomed to it. So yeah, we want to head down to the lower Farfields Junction. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, can't go here without some kind of double jump or wall related effects. And that bench over there, we might as well give it a bit of a sit so we can continue from this point. And yeah, we'll wrap down below to the lower area. We don't actually need the shell shards off of any of these ones, so. Oh. I was hoping that would land on the enemy there, and it did not. Do we care whether we go up or down here? Look at this. Most concerning. Now these ones at least drop rosaries, don't they? Or there we go. Haven't seen rosaries at all in a while, so. Oh, saw that explosive coming in yet. Okay, so we knocked him into the fire. That tells me that we shouldn't go into the fire until we have some kind of immunity. It's clear to me that given all the lava flowing... Oh, we actually could step on it safely. Probably not for very long, I would guess. Yeah, because you can see that it starts toasting your feet a little bit. We don't want to dwell. But it is possible, even without the Varia suit. Descriptive, as you said, hoppy creatures teaching you the movement. This is just like in Super Metroid. Exactly. If there is a Shine Spark, we'll just follow them, or a wall jump for that matter. I keep thinking, with Super Metroid, right? If it ever gets some kind of enhancement or remake, the one and only thing that it actually needs is a configurable wall jump input direction, because Super Metroid, of course, has that input for the wall jump where you pull away from the wall rather than press into it, which is just not how history went with everybody else's wall jump in the long run. And of course, people who actually run Super Metroid are totally accustomed to it that way. But I find that's maybe the one and only thing that has, through no fault of its own, not aged that well, is that it just picked the wrong direction for the input. Descriptivist, you're saying a spam bot joined my Discord server advertising in DMs. I didn't realize that. Do tell me about it further in the Discord and I'll make sure that gets a block or a ban. I did see a new user come in that wasn't talking as such, and I wasn't familiar with them, but usually the bosses that come in don't claim the roles where they've seemingly, you know, asked a human check, but I will check into that and try to clean up accordingly. You said something about a beat upstairs. I totally didn't even look at that. Or unless it was just one beat that was scattered somewhere that I didn't grab at the time, which was probably the case. As okay, we're just gonna head down. I want to go to the right for whatever we were doing. Oh, right, there was this area here downstairs too, where there was dimension that was blocked off. Let's not do that yet. Let's go this way first. Now, did we go up or down before? Oh, staying on top of it. As usual. Ah, yes, no, this was the area with the fight with Lace. Ow. Yeah, this was Lace's room. And we had not acquired the bench down below it. But we did have this one over here, past the fight itself. Yeah, it's just one beat. We're not going out of our way for that. Different types of enemies have different drops. The ones that seem more like sapient beings tend to be the ones that drop beads. But, you know, the pilgrims who took the rosary beads with them only to leave them to be claimed by Hornet. The shell shards are for the projectile weapon that we just have not been using. We just haven't really been using the pin at all. Never had much of an opportunity. But yeah, here we want to see what is upstairs. Because, yeah, that was previously... Oh, we actually still can't reach it. Okay. That settles that then, so we can't actually complete this section yet. I think we had checked that then. In that case, let's go down to where that other bench marker was before Lace's room. And I remember that we couldn't actually reach that bench because we were gated off by something, but I don't know if we now have the means to deal with whatever was down here, or if we just didn't sufficiently explore when we previously came here. So yeah, this is the area with the bench to the right, and we saw that on the map. This area, I think we just didn't go down, like we voluntarily didn't go down when we were here. What do we find? A shard bundle. I think, as with the rosary beads, the shard bundle... Yeah, it sits around until you actually need the shard, so we let it sit. Yeah, we just didn't go down previously, so more shards that we don't need. Let's just leave it since we don't need them. Oh! Let's be careful here. Obviously, right side might circle around to that bench, so we should check left, but... Actually, given the room layout that we've seen so far, let's check right first. Just to see if we can open that up. At the 7th bell toll, send 30 measures, 4 beats smoke frog, 8 beats sweet smelt, mark of fealty, all workers. At the 9th bell toll, send 20 measures, 2 beats smoke frog, 7 beats sweet smelt, mark of fealty, all workers. Yeah, so I guess that's how they instruct everybody down here on the orders of the day. Let's continue. That's interesting that this was purely just a lore room, essentially, unless we do something really critical. I mean, maybe this gives me a clue to something that I might actually want to know. It could be a clue. I just don't know where we would input that necessarily, but this looks like a fight. Okay, just a group fight. It's not too bad after what we just went through with the fight before this. Okay, we need to heal up a bit and be less sloppy. It is possible to deflect the explosives, but we just have not been doing it. Alright, who's next? Okay. This one we haven't fought previously. Also someone else with a symbol hat, like one of the NPCs we saw much earlier. Okay, more grenades. Yeah, you can deflect, but we will need to heal up pretty soon. We're pretty close to the bench that we got from after Lace, so if we want to switch into beast mode for this, we can in the event of a fail. But heal up before whoever's next. Oh, we've got a few going. Deflect that. Okay. You can deflect this consistently, and that actually works out pretty well for us. Of course, he's got his helmet on, and the sound design does wonders in this game for showing you when your hits are actually registering and when the enemies are sufficiently defending. I mean, the flash does quite a bit visually to illustrate that as well, but yeah, the parry on the explosives seems to be the way to go with those, rather than just trying to dodge. Who's next? Even more, okay. And we're getting a little bit tight on this at this point. Let's just spear them and see what happens. The penetrating effect on a spear is quite nice when you have lots of enemies grounded like this. That seems to be finisher, and then we have this available to press that switch, whatever it is. I would like to press forward first to see what's over here. We had better press that, but I want to see what this is. Heavy door chained with a simple padlock. Okay. Well, let's see. Ah, and then there's a bell as well. So this looks like it might just open up, maybe? Yeah, it opens up the hatch over here. Interesting. I'm just hitting the bell many times because it was telling me earlier that, you know, things would happen to the 7th hole or the 9th. I actually wanted to see how serious the game was about that. We better open this before we take the bench. But this is the bench we'd seen previously. It looks like we have something else we can obtain here. Let's take a look. Forged daughter. Oh, small pointy bug. Why do you bother us at our work? The sound of your craft called me to investigate. What is your duty here? Are you a smith of some kind? A smith? Hardly so crude. We are forged daughter. How can a pointy bug not tell? Ours is the ancient line and honored role. These docks and lands around are fortunate to have our skills. If you are as talented as you suggest, would you lend me your aid? I've lacked for my usual tools, and I suspect you could craft fine replacements. Blades and traps, no doubt. We know your type. Sorts, but maybe strange to this land. Some would likely prove fine challenge for your craft. We do have those craft materials that have not been used yet. I wonder if this is the vendor that will actually take advantage of them. Then we'll construct them, but you'll provide the materials in compensation for our time. Because we had 2 of those craft stones, I think, that are required on top of the rosary fee. Okay. Crafting kit. Right, because there is some kind of crafting system for Hornet herself. We just hadn't thought about that. As you said earlier, the music in this game is so good. Yeah, no surprise coming from the first one as well. I don't know that we've hit a big go-piece musical cue like the entry into the City of Tears in the first game, which I think was, musically speaking, just one of those totally unforgettable moments. But definitely, you know, with the way the music gives each zone its own identity, each fight its identity, that's been something that I'm sure we'll really take the time to appreciate as time wears on. So anyway, Magma Bell. Yeah, so this is the fire protection that lets you walk around the Varia suit, essentially. And so you got a trap. The crafting kit, I guess, would just open up additional things you can build. We probably want the Magma Bell. I'm so short on rosaries in general. There's so many things that we've seen so far that I want to buy at some point, but we haven't had them. Can I knock this guy out? No, he is on our side. It's Ballo. If you need something, talk to the boss. I'm busy. So yeah, we did see a couple of locations where, you know, being able to walk around and fire did look like it had potential, but we can still speak. I'd expected this workshop too would contain only combative types, but you seem composed, Forge daughter. You've met the workers. They're all wound up. They still work at their tasks in a simple way, but are useless for conversation. It's only ourselves and young Ballo with any sense left. Yeah, gotta love the helmets in this zone. What is it with vendors at forges and their deep or boisterous belly laughs? We don't know, but so yeah, on the map to the right, that is the location that is locked. Let's see if we can continue going to the left and see if we can cover what is there. Yeah, because we did make a conscious choice to come to this side first. Oh, this is new. Deep docks. Fire everywhere, that's what you need. Want fire protection at some point. Okay, slightly explosive, we want to watch out for that. Seeing these for the first time. Oh, jumping around far too much here. Oh, just trying to deflect that as well, that did not work. But it does give you an opportunity to grab a couple more rosaries off these enemies, which is a nice change given that we're not too far off from the fire protection at the very least. Which I feel we will probably want somewhere around here. Anyway, big room to the right. We can try to go to the bottom first just to take a look at what is down here. Catch some of these on the way. He wants to bomb himself out, that's fine. Take him out that way. Grab the beads down below. So this is something that we clearly don't have the means to open just yet, but we'll see. It looks like a very ominous entrance. That may prove to be very significant. That in itself kind of reminds me of the sequence towards the City of Tears in the first game. Wow, just the echoes here. That's really quite resonant. Okay. Looks like this is traversable down below. Maybe if we find a way to open that up. What about you? And there's a treasure chest beyond that. More shards we don't need. Because we've been capped for so long. Yeah, the shards must be for some of the crafting purposes as well, eventually, maybe. Oh, beads. So I guess we can't break this necessarily, but... Well, we've got nothing plugged into blue right now. I think we should actually get the fire protection back upstairs. Descriptive is forges commonly use bellows, do they not? Yeah. Not that we've really been able to pump them anywhere. But yeah, the projectile deflection is quite nice, very responsive. Yeah, because the fire protection for, you know, some of the fire walking, I feel like it's going to come in really handy. I believe I can afford it right now. Is that 110 or something, I think. Whoa, that was not healthy. Let's go back this way. It just fills in a bit more of the map. We will go back down below, obviously, but given the amount of fire around here, let's see. This was not the shop side, this is the talking side. The behavior of your fellow workers. I've seen similar agitation upon the roads. These docks are not alone in the strangeness of their occupants. There's odd behavior, to be sure, but not for Ballo and us to know. Ours is busy work, and we keep to ourselves. Whatever the goings-on of the world outside, no bother to us, as long as our craft can continue. So yeah, I guess this will expend one of the craft stones, but we will grab the magma bell. Now, I wonder why there was that icon. I guess that just signifies that it's something to plug in. Let's take it. Fair exchange made, Pointy Bug. Now our work calls. Return again if you find need of our trade and talent. Yeah, and of course we do have an incentive to eventually acquire more of the red attack ones as well, because we can fill in the beast crest that way. So, given what we have here, we should get back to a bench that I knew, conveniently placed right here. Reduces the damage taken, so it doesn't prevent it, but I feel like for this zone we want that, given that we have nothing defensive right now. We did see a vendor have one of those other items that allows you to expand slots as well on the crest. That was before we found out there was more than one crest. So I kind of wonder, next time we get a chance to expand, whether it is possible to expand some different colors on the beast crest, or if it is all red. Since that is what is there currently. You know what, let's just go. Well, we can walk. We shouldn't dwell on it, but we're not concerned quite the same degree as if we didn't have the line of defense. So we will want to heal up at some point. What is this? More shards we don't need, I guess. And then, yeah, okay, so you don't want to touch those for too long. But it would be possible to jump up there now, since we can walk on fire. Yeah, as long as you jump up immediately, I think we weren't even that concerned. Okay, we're at high risk now, so let's try to get a tap in and then try to get a heal in once we get back to safety. Then we'll approach. Oh. Just jumping into every single one of these projectiles. Okay, that's fine. Now, there was something over on this side. We can't reach that yet. At least I don't think so. Nope. Okay, that changes the configuration of the platforms. That is useful. Get us over this way. Interesting. What do we have? What did that do? I'm not even sure what happened. Oh right, this was this bit was the silk hearts that we got last time. You're saying it was a dagger thing? Okay, well, let's see what this is. Oh, dropped back down, okay. Dagger thing by the master shard. Spool fragment. One half of an artifact left behind by the weaver is designed to collect and hold silk. I see. Okay, so it's expanding your available maximum silk. Your silk meter. I hadn't seen one at all in this game, so we totally didn't see that for what it was. So this just drops you back down. I think that's maybe all there is to see here. In which case, let's drop back. And then, yeah, we've mapped that location. At this point, then we should go back up because I think we've exhausted what we're able to do in the spots. But when we go further up, there are some spots where we're able to... Oops. Maybe get somewhere by doing a little more walking on fire. I don't know, let's not go up there yet. Let's put the bench first. Right, because we saw this previously, we know that we don't have the means just yet. I think at this point we head back up. Because we've kind of exhausted the available passageways over here. Oh, whoops. So, while we have a couple of possibilities, there were some exits around the marrow that we hadn't really tried yet that are roughly pointing up. And there is this area at the junction between the Marrow and Deep Docks that has a corridor of some sort, or a room that we haven't traversed to just yet. I don't remember what it was that precluded us from going there. It might be worth a look. We also obviously have the pathway up from Pilgrim's Rest. But let's just go up and see what we discover. Yeah, went here previously. Whoop. And here, yeah, this just opens up the passage. Oh yeah, we didn't even need to take the lower passage since we opened that gate. So, I'm thinking that we'll check that junction to the Marrow first, and then if we can't reach that, then we'll take fast travel and call for the Bell Bees to take us somewhere that's a little closer to one of the clearly unexplored paths. So it's up here. Now, why was it we couldn't go up? Let's find out. I don't know. Maybe we just didn't try. Oh, yeah. No, because that's exit only for the Mask Shard. That means we should have checked whether we can now enter from the Marrow side. We might be able to. Anyway, let's totally whip that again. Look at that shot right there. Wow. Just flub that in every way possible. Now, notice that when I fell into lava, it only took off one mask instead of two. That's already a benefit of what we picked up. Rescuing that whole attempt right there. Whoop. So, no way for me to head up just yet as far as I can tell, but it's the top right we want. If there's a way to move up, I don't think we can go there yet. That is quite out of the way, but we can explore this room a little bit more to see if maybe there's an alternate pathway that will take us that far. Looks quite possible. So we head up this way. How do we just have so many more movement options available? Oh no, that's right. This was the bit that we can't actually get over. Okay, so much for that idea. Now we can go up, or we can go back to Deep Docks and let's see, what was the location that we wanted? Back to the Far Fields. Yeah, I don't go up through the Marrow or go up through Far Fields. Well, let's consider all possibilities. Yeah, we'll just go down and take fast travel. If we can. Haven't gone for a ride on Bell Beast in quite some time. We are here. And yeah, I mean, there's a clear passageway either to the bottom left. So, well, we should check that first. I don't remember why it was that we didn't approach it. This is open. So how do we not see this previously? I think I just didn't check it. Ah, it looks like this is a drop location. Okay, got it. There is something to obtain. Warding bell. Shields the bearer as they bind your wounds. Oh, I like that. That is pretty significant. I mean, I think Hollow Knight had that too. I seem to recall. We will probably switch back to that at some point. It's not urgent yet, since we might want a bit of the heat protection first, but since we're in this zone, yeah, I mean, clearly that's gotten us into a bit of trouble before to attempt to heal up with Vine while we're not in a safe place at all. Right now, we're benefiting from some of that protection, though. We just faced so many of these, we surely should be able to take them out. Right up quite a ways. Yeah, all the way up, I think, and then we'll see what happens when we exit that area. Also, did we check this? Yes, I think we did. Yep, that was where everybody was having to target practice. Let's grab that bench first, if we can. And sure, let's hang out. Don't despair, pilgrim friend. Lift your sight and raise your voice. Have no fear, pilgrim. True believing is a happy choice. You know, this actually scans with what Sherma here was singing, I think. Boy there, aren't these fields marvelous? And above us are the bountiful moors where every pilgrim can fill their belly.
Hasbin?
These hot fields are a wonder indeed, but hunters prowled along grass. Playing your instrument will only alert them to your presence. Well then, alert them I shall, for where many gather, great songs are sung. Yeah, now that we've seen multiple characters who wear the simple hats, by the looks of it. Wonder who Sherma looted that off of. Oh, it's here anyway. Oh, we actually hadn't previously paid into this. Because that opens the door, right? Yeah, I think we couldn't afford it the last time we were here. Or... oh no, I thought we had. It's just that we actually have to pay in every time we come back and use this, maybe. We had been back here, but it seemed that we were charged again since this is not our first time on this road of the pilgrimage. So yeah, that gives us shop access over here. We'll have to keep that in mind, that we do need to pay in, potentially, with every stop. Azir 6i, is she cursing them or trying to save them? I think she's trying to cheer them up, and in that way save them. So, yeah, we actually had considered a couple of these previously. This was what I was talking about with where you could finally expand the shards, or for that matter, the crest. But we don't have anywhere near that many rosaries, so Your rosaries weigh you down during your ascent, not with the way we've been dying. They won't. Okay, so you need to pay in for that bench. Actually, look at any of this. Yeah, that's right. That's sealed from that side. That is going to be eventually some kind of passage to another zone to the right. We did check all of that. And then here we hadn't been up previously, I think. We had opened this up, but we haven't really gone beyond yet because we haven't been back here since acquiring the ability to ride the updrafts. So, for example, this will get us much further, and then there we go. Little bit of aerial combat never hurt anybody except for our enemies, of course. Drop. That gives you a way up on this side too. Opens the gates. Oops. Now I see some possibilities here, maybe. Oh, maybe not. We should actually look at the map just to... Well, once we uncover this part of the map, we should be doing what we're doing and occasionally checking suspicious walls, though, and other such things. Unfortunate, we got caught quite a bit there. We'll need to heal up at the next opportunity when we land. Not get blown up by this. Whoop. That is quite a ways up. Well, this is new. Greymoor. Significant new location here, it seems. Let's find a bench. Looks like township is to the left. And we can't afford this, so... better heal up then. But enough pilgrims here that we can take rosaries off them instead. Farm them up a little bit. I see water. That drowned them. I feel like maybe we don't want to step in that if that's the case, unless... Nope, we can. Of course we can. That goes down. I feel like this has been mildly concealed from us, so we should take it. There's a sewer system. Bone scroll. Yeah, we haven't found out who to trade that kind of thing to yet, but I'm sure we will soon enough. Don't see anything to interact with on that side, unfortunately. But we can always be wrong. Grab that. We can deflect that. He's gonna check that. Well, we have to do it a bit better timed and that. Otherwise, we just get nuked. I'm trying to whack this back. That was terrible timing. We just approach, of course, and just hit directly. There we go. Much better that way. And just approach. Okay, much better. We're at 77. 80 would get us what is presumably the bench that we passed back there. But there's a lot more going on. It seems like an establishment of some sort. I guess we had to take a path from up top. Who's trying to swipe into us here? Whoop. Let's take this cautiously. Try to build silk. Get rosaries off of that. That's nice. That does put us over 80. Spinning this isn't going to change the wind. As we'll get in and see what awaits. Halfway home. And that just opens the door to the other side, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yes it does. We'll talk in a moment. Let me just see what we can do. Interesting. New here says, Uma, sweet surprise for New. You are adult, yes? Fully grown, ready to hunt?
Na, fenestra.
Certainly I am no child, young one. Perfect then. New must ask a wish. For her you would seek far looms, many fabulous bugs, and cut them. Cut them with your blade. Cut them with your mature spirit. Cut them with your savage adult heart. Could you help New? Could you take her scroll and fill its pages with the learnings of your cuts? So yeah, this is going to be the encyclopedia or a log or what have you. The enemy log where you, if it's anything like the first game, take out a certain staggering number of them just to learn more about how they die. We've been making too many promises here, but whatever we need to do for the sake of completion. Uma, you make New so happy. Hunt down the creatures of this land and record them in this scroll. Now, I assume it's not retroactive, is it? Or could it be? So yeah, here we go. Hunter's Journal. At long last.
Fadastama.
Learning about a land's inhabitants is a worthwhile undertaking. Perhaps you are more grown than you realize, New. Ma, such delicious praise will make New shrivel. Go now, hunt and pray and begin our learning. Well, let's take a look. What do we got currently in the log? Okay, so. Yeah, so it has been keeping track. So we've defeated a sufficient number of skull scuttlers, for instance. Oh, we can finally learn the names of everything around here. Might as well just page through everything we've done so far. Yeah. Defeat more moss mothers for that. Skull Scuttler, Skull Brute, Killick. We took out quite a few of those just from redoing that boss fight, I guess. And same with the Beastfly. That's just normal Beastfly. Savage Beastfly. So there's actually going to be a second one that we need to defeat at some point to complete the Hunter's Notes. Yeah, so Beastfly and Savage Beastfly. So as we could have seen, this was just the uber form of the small ones that we were tossing our spears at all day. And Carnids. Hardbone Hopper. Yeah, it does kind of look related to the creature from the previous game. That was also grazing up above. Munching on fellow bugs. Perhaps. Mauling, Hoker. Well, here's Bellbeast. Bellbeasts, of course, we only had one to defeat. This one has allied themselves with me, either as thanks for their saving or respect for one judged as equal. Whichever the reason, their fellowship is welcome. All the different kinds of pilgrims. We haven't defeated too many of them, I guess. Lava Lug. The Furtids. Fourth course we've seen. Yep, these ones were lighting up already, having defeated them in sufficient numbers. The red tribe after this. For the fourth course, we just needed to take it out once. A terrifying achievement of Farloom to build a construct so large and yet so nimble. And yeah, took out plenty of these. And plenty of these. We were in that zone for some time. The Scar Stalker, that's what it is. The one that kept on trapping me over and over. Stellan Scarguard. Over here. Right, this was the one that was gating off a great deal of the path that we were traversing yesterday. And which led us through the Hunter's Zone, the Hunter's March, rather. So there is one more. Well, we knew there would be several, given that it wasn't a named boss or anything. And then Lace, looks like we will, of course, be fighting her again at least once more. How many times more, we don't exactly know, but we knew she would be back. Manic Fencer who delights in battle, we could tell that much. And that gets us back up to the Moss Grub. So this is just a collection so far, quite expandable from this point. But that's the cast that we've met, with many, many more to come. And yeah, 39 out of 100, so there'll be lots more to discover when it comes to the menagerie here. I guess we should speak to this one. Well met, traveler. Looking for a drink or a rest or both?
Cadestre.
Fair greetings, good bug. The warmth of your hearth is welcome upon these wet plains. Aye, it's a damp climb through these parts. Used to be just pilgrims trekking my way, but odd times these are, and you ain't even as strange as shell wandering about. A rowdy old warrior stopped through not long back, caused quite a scene, and now a young lass has taken up lodging in my top room. Wonder about that rowdy old warrior. Lass mentioned she's on the lookout for sharp types like yourself. Maybe pay her a visit if you haven't already. Well, we have, so anything else to talk about? Here for a drink. How much do we need to pay? You know what? We kind of need those rosaries for the point that we saw earlier that we want to unlock, but you know, we can get those just fine from other pilgrims we're going to nuke along the way. It's only those few stronger pilgrims that survived to reach my home now. Arloom's curse claims the rest. Poor sods left to wander. Do sometimes get to wondering, is it the dregs of their own mind in there keeping them walking, or something else entirely? Okay, I think that just filled us up to full here. Let's go back and try to collect 10 rosaries again, though, for anything else we can take out along the way. Unless there's any reason we want to continue here right now. Well, we can take a look. Probably should go back, though. This looks totally alive. Oh. New ones to see. These have quite a wide swiping range. I just speared both. Whoops. New journal entry, now that we have a journal. Who else is here? Yeah, that's gonna wake up. As expected. Quite a lunge here. Just make Should we stand back? Just tap here and there. Okay. Quite an agile pattern. Oh, we need to heal up. We actually haven't been using the dive very much recently. How to practice with that. Probably because we have so many issues with the facing direction every now and then. Here we go. Probably should heal up once we get the silk to do so. Okay, again for that. What do we have on this side? Just continuation. If we could actually map this zone, that would be nice, but... Oh, looks like we'll have a station over here. We should obviously take that first if we can pay for it. If we do need to pay for it. Yeah, we will. Okay, I guess we won't be going back for that one where we needed to pay 80 or for some time yet anyway, so we might as well just take this. Except this also requires 80, so let's get out and... There's more rosaries first. Assuming that this station is the end of it. Oh, this is something. Quest is open, and what do we have here? Hang on, let's finish this room first. Just in case there's anything else to look at. This passage was kind of tucked away here. This totally looks like some kind of trap. That's a trap. What do? We spring the trap. That was such an obvious trap, too. I mean, what else could it be, right? That's screechy. That's really screechy. Can we poke that? That does not look friendly. Traps all over the place. Okay. We don't know what's below yet because we can't see that far. It's definitely not friendly, so we'll do the natural thing and poke it. Really squishy. Whoop. Okay, that was actually accidental, but we killed it, so that works. Oh, that's gonna charge in. Well, we're in a weak position now. Well, I mean, we need to get out of here, and the only way we'll get out is by going around it, so... Let's just go around it. More traps. We need some silk. Can't go around this way. Looks like there's a passage to open from up above. I feel like we're gonna die pretty soon here. Unless we can get some silk off of this one. Just not let this charge into us too much here. Okay. Still not enough silk to replenish just yet. That went straight to the trap. That's okay, we'll gladly accept that. Okay, This was the initial passage that we came in through. We can tap it a few more times. Whoa! Too close. Did way too close. That's fine, we'll just go back for that. Now that is off map though, so we do need to find our way back. But I think we just went to the left, followed the sign down to the station, and went below the station. That can be done. We do want those rosaries back though, so we can actually unlock fast travel point when we can. Yeah, so we got through here just fine. We do want to build up some of that silk though. So much trouble reaching these ones. It's fine. Yeah, hug this side a little bit. And we can also try to fight one of these, I guess. We fought them before. The whole idea is to build up silk so we can actually heal up when we get into hazardous situations again, but we will have to go for a cocoon, that shell rather, pretty soon. Let's not get trapped here. I do want to recover ourselves first. And that will be down here. We can avoid stepping into every trap in the meantime. So we do have... Oh, we're on 79. That's too bad. If we were on 80, we would go back upstairs for the Bellby station immediately. Oh, that's... They hit for 2, actually, so... Let's be careful here. Alright, that takes care of that. Let's heal up. Burst as carefully as we can. We can see the way up there just yet, but I think we do need to punch through. Because when guarding this location, there's no real alternative to that. Okay, that got driven way back. There we go. Wow, it was quite an explosion. Powerful explosion in that one. That wasn't just something we could cut to. Oh. It's a little further along, actually. Over here. Let's go back up. Let's take a look here. Oh, there's something. And let's make it over. Memory lock it. Good. Let's expand when we're able. And let's see what we can do at this point. There is, of course, yeah, there's a whole location to the left. There's hopefully something we can put there. But yeah, that one was guarding that location down below. We had gone there previously. Another trap. Let's just be careful. Whoa, these hit so hard. Now we're pretty far out of position at this point in the event that we take a hit. That is going to open a gate. Now, just one moment. We might need to take care of something. Just give me a moment. We'll be right back. Pardon the interruption. Let's continue. Oh, still have to get some of these out of the way here. So we try to complete this passage. Yeah, it looks like we have the same sort of category of creature, essentially, in various stages of development. Those big ones take a lot of punishment, though, and deliver quite a bit in their own right. Lots of traps everywhere. Just need to not stand on top of them because they do take quite a chunk off of us. Yeah, if we can complete that passage that we saw earlier, and for that matter, if we can find the map, although it's not going to be anywhere here with the sound of our cartographer singing. We'll just walk carefully as we get into each of these locations. Another trap over here. That looks ominous. So we did manage to get out, but I did manage to open up the passage that we saw earlier, and I feel like we should look for that to create that shortcut if we can. That requires a little more navigational ability than what it's showing, I guess. As we re-enter this room and respawn everything. Here it is. Except we don't have a double jump or anything, so we can't actually get back this way. Alright. Guess we have to go back around. Where we came. Well, at least we do have a return path, even if this is going to require us to go all the way back around. Oop. Got him in a trap, at least. Leads me to wonder who's setting the traps. Okay, at this point, let's cautiously... Well, first of all, check up in this location to see if there's anything above. There is. Litany of the Worker. May we catch the dregs and never tire. May we clean the dregs and never hunger. May we spool the dregs and never falter. We haven't really given much thought to putting together the lore just yet. There have been all kinds of contextual clues that will, I think, take some time to parse and assemble. It'd be nice if we could listen for the Song of the Cartographer sooner or later, though. We are back up to 80, in case we have the opportunity to go back to that station that led us here in the first place. Anything going on here? Let's find out. This looks rather desolate. Also strangely developed. Moorwing, okay. We are nowhere near any kind of safety point right now. I don't know if I want to fight this yet. Whoa, that ramps into everything. That was interesting. That just takes down the terrain like that. This whole zone looks like it's kind of part of the fight, potentially. Now, I feel a little underprepared for that right now, given how distant the hut that led us down to the bench is. What do we sneak under here? Is there anything? Nope. Let's get back here. Music thinks that we're still in the fight. Serious Excited, you're saying good luck. Yeah, the thing is, you're allowed to escape from this, as far as I can tell. And I'm going to try to take it. It's just that I'm so far off right now that it might make sense to try to go back and see about at least getting the fast travel point first, so we don't get into a situation where we lose all the hard-earned rosaries before we've had a chance to open that. I would like to go back and try this fight, but it is a long way back, potentially. When it seems like there's some expectation that if you want to go back through the return path here, you have double jump or equivalent. Just to come through here. That was interesting that it was just ramming a terrain like that and taking it out completely. First time we backed out of a fight so far here, but again, we're absolutely underprepared. You know, given that we don't have any maps here anyway, it might almost make sense to switch to the beast. Whoa. Step right into that. Was this where we came from before? Maybe. Yes, there we go. Yeah, let's pay into this now, just to make sure we have something. Now we're pretty close to the other bench, so I was considering, you know, what do we just want to take fast travel to? Grab a bench that way, but let's proceed here. Okay, another one of these. Well, we know where Moorwing is. We probably should make a run. But it would be nice if we could just find ourselves a good path back there. And whoop, got whacked straight on. That's getting dangerous. We are pretty close to the nearest point, but let's try to maybe pick up a little bit of silk first. Just so we can heal up. Very briefly. Well, then we can just take out everything we can. That's gonna drop. Okay, there we go. Just need to bust that down. And that one too. Yeah, obviously if we could uncover a map, that would be ideal. Look at this. This location totally collapsed. Let's heal up. Anything? Nope, just there to show some wreckage. Interesting that this looks like it's... Well, it's a gate. I don't know if maybe... There will eventually be something like a tram-like transport system, and just look at those gardening shears. That's rather more than we need for gardening, I think. Okay, couldn't quite get a good position here. Snip, snip. Shielding with that too is rather... Whoa, look at that, just poked straight through. That was alarming. See, this is an enemy that fights with sheer force of will. And let's get up over here and... Yeah, they dig right through, actually. That's what's happening. Interesting interactions with platforms themselves that we're seeing from some of the enemy set here. A lot of subtle technical innovations over the first game that we've been encountering from time to time. Just go around this one for a moment. And by around, I mean, well, okay, I see. Rosary beads up ahead. Let's see what's over here. NPC? Or, yeah. Garmund and Zaza. Scoundrel, fiend, who dares wake brave Garmund from his well-needed kip?
Megina Fora.
I have no intent to disturb Sir Bug. I am merely passing these towers and sought to better understand the lay of the place.
Ah, Mamido.
Knowing the battlefield, the warrior's reason. Just look at you, your stance and blade. Almost alone, they declare a fight. As the bravest of knights, if direct challenge were offered, honor would see noble Garmund accept. This one, I think, needs to have a duel with Zote from the first game.
Oh, Yama.
Fortunate, that seems not your intent. In truth, I'm still sleeping off something of an altercation myself. Had our meeting called for a knightly duel, you'd not have had the luck to behold my finest form. Well, anything else that we can talk about? Mind yourself while you travel this grim land. A great winged beast had been stalking the heights, swooping without warning and tearing the life out of unwary travelers. Well, I think we know which creature that is, since we escaped without really picking that fight.
That's fine.
And she's going to say so. I believe I've seen the creature you speak of. It may have marked me as prey and followed me down onto the lower roads of the moor.
Oh, Bopaya.
What? Guru, the beast has been spotted. Once Zaza has fully rested, we'll set to tracking it down. That's kind of interesting that you get the special dialogue for having encountered, but not defeated, the flying moss creature. The moss boss. Boss moss. One of the two. But I guess if you defeated it in advance, you would also get some other blurb here. Does Zaza speak? Doesn't seem so.
Tamiyan.
What cause sees you traveling these blighted lands, Garmund? Do you also seek the citadel above? Aye, but do not mistake a valorous adventure for a mere pilgrim. Mine is a sacred quest, shared with my most trusted companion, dear Zaza. We seek that citadel, not for its gifts. Nay, sister, we seek its rulers to demand their answer, by force if necessary, for our dear village to whom we pledge our shells. Fearsome haunting of thread, it overcame our fair folk. We are all that remain left to carry their memory. Hope to see some justice paid. Yeah. Good Zaza, loyal Zaza.
Nesvia.
Quiet Zaza, however. Good luck on your quest, Garmund. I keep reading this name as like the typeface Garamond. But anyway, if you hope to claim justice for your fellows past, I suspect you've some challenge yet ahead.
Oh, Bopaya.
Aye, Zaza and I'll fight the caverns if need be, for the bug is held in our hearts and our honor as knight. But Zaza's moveset is terrifying. Okay, can't get up here yet, unless we go here first, and then there's some platforming to be done. We really do need to get rid of these. Oh, and there we go. Straight into the gardening shears. However, we're pretty close by. And it should not be difficult to navigate back. I hope. Because we were just popping up above where the station was. Descriptive is, you're saying it's like that Hornet talks? I mean, she's always talked. I guess she has quite a bit more dialogue now. But no, she said quite a bit in the first game. She was a notable talking NPC in the first game. While the knight was being the strong and silent one. Okay, I said that we knew how to get back. I hope that's true. The fast travel point is down here. We do need to make it across all these guys. That one does quite a bit of a swipe. This one, we'll just go around it. Yeah, because it was up here, right? More beads that were previously unclaimed. Oh, that's interesting. More thread. I think I'd seen that in our previous run up here. Oh, we didn't go that high, that's why we went further to the left. Yeah, you can pick up that spool of thread. Seems that puts us right below where Garamond and Zaza were located. Less. But since it was in the exterior, we did not see them. Yeah, we need to not die to gardening shears. And we're totally gonna die to gardening shears. This enemy is rough, like, wow. We need to really flank them. There's so many of them, too. The garden knights, literal hedge knights. Now, as long as we're not away from them directly above or below a platform, then at least you can't dive in. We need to go back to where we dropped all our stuff, however. Not that we collected that much. We were starting to collect some rosaries. In decently usable amounts. Oops, there we go. We actually should use projectiles against these, maybe. Okay, we weren't actually that far. It was actually that one that we just defeated that might have made it up here, in fact, unless... Well, let's go up and let's see. Whoops. That's the thing about this game, you know, you follow your curiosity and the stages just keep on going. Very much true to First Hollow Knight as well, and really quite central to magic. And the breadth of the levels sometimes seems inexhaustible. I would like to get a map here before we you know, try to continue back to the boss. better way to approach this. Just trying to flank this by dashing over and stomping, but kind of like chip away at it briefly. We'll just have to find out how to fight these properly, and after some degree of experience. And yeah, I don't know about that. Let's try to at least open up some shortcuts first before we. Except for there's so many of them there. Okay. Okay, let's just open up some passages. Try to get to a point where we can at least pick up some silk off of some hits. Like off of this guy. These are at least a little easier to fight. We can pick up a little bit of silk off them. In hopes. There we go. That gives you the heal. We'll just avoid the gardening shears entirely for the moment. Quite a maze going down. Let's see what this area is in case we can this more. Whoa, that was way further along than I wanted to go. However, this opens this gate. That's good. I did want to go up for those rosaries, but seems like we're pretty close to where the boss was, actually. Oh, more of those. Look at that. Quite a lot down below that we could actually make use of. Can we just zap him this way? Anything for me to open up over here? Yeah, I would like to make my way back up slowly. These are actually pretty hard to hit. A little bit of silk really wouldn't hurt. Can we break anything here? No, not yet. Oh, and once again, we just fell down. Alright, let's go around if we can, once more. Or just punch him in the face. That works too, yeah. 2 spears to the face actually works for those. But we need to build up enough power for that in the first place, enough silk. Just string them along. Silksong, you're saying snipping noises are good? Yeah. I mean, those enemies certainly seem to like them. They're all too happy to snip. Nope, hang on. Messed up the input here. For the jump and the float. Here we go. Okay, finally got those. 122. Yeah, we don't want to lose everything immediately just yet. Let's try to collect some more if we can. You're saying dropping down through platforms is crazy? Well, I mean, you know, look at the size of those gardening shears. These used to be solid, but they're semi-solids now. When they're done with them. I would like to listen for the sound of the map, but we have at no point seemed very close to it. This is a zone that will have... Oh, Chapel of the Reaper. I feel like we're not ready for one of these yet, until we've mapped out a bit more and found at least where the nearest bench is, given how the previous chapel went. Descriptive is there a path to Pain 2 yet? I'm so early in the game. This is my second day of the game. There's no way we would have discovered something like that by now. But, Chapel of the Reaper. So we have another crest that's going to be available here for sure. I feel like we're absolutely underprepared to deal with it. I would like to continue exploring first. Given how the last chapel went, the Chapel of the Beast. And given the fact that we don't have a map here. That would at the very least like a zone map before we take on either the boss that we found or the chapel here. But we can explore enough of this zone to find where the map is. Then we'll be in much better shape. Oh, look at that. That's what Zaza looks like in battle. We don't have to fight you, do we? We just talk?
Benti farada param.
Oh, there, sister, a great beast stalks this land. I feel like we've had that conversation. Zaza has been following the creature's scent, and now I'm sure we're almost upon it. We're so close, my whiskers are bristling. I wonder if they assist in the fight itself.
Oh, Torora Tane.
Such a beast is a worthy quarry for the valiant. What say you? Shall we hunt the creature together? Request aid in battle. That looks like it might be interesting, except, of course, you know, you're saying you don't want him to take a hit for us here. I'm going to say no for the time being until we've had a chance to scan the zone properly. To fight alone, sister, you would be undefeatable with me by your side. And Zaza also, you need only ask, and our horn lance would be yours. I mean, I kind of want to see that happen on one hand, but I wonder, you know, obviously if you do the battle without their aid, that would be, in a sense, easier. Also, since they're directly pointed here, something tells me that's where back down to the boss is going to be. I need to find that map first. I really don't want to proceed until that point, given how far off we are from the bench at this point. Yeah, it sounds like, you know, that would be at the very least a fun thing to watch, just from an animation perspective. You know, Sasa riding into battle with Garmond. But I really want to find his own map. We know the boss location, roughly. We know the Chapel of the Reaper. What we don't know is where to actually start filling in our discoveries. Also because we actually have a decent stash of rosary beads for the first time in a while, and do want to be in a recoverable position with that. Oh yeah, we haven't even paid for the station yet, have we? The fast travel. Oh no, yes we did. Yes we did. I thought so anyway. Didn't we? Or yeah, we did. Okay, just checking. But we do need to find that map. Well, let's see where this zone begins, because technically, yeah, we're here already. Don't really have a good sense of what it's called, even. Because here we just kind of dropped in through the water. There's a tavern down here. I wonder if there's something below. Worth checking, not really. But we previously crossed up above. We better take that bench. So this is still the nearest bench that we found. And there's a lot of branching to the zone that we haven't traversed yet. This whole area here, for instance. Okay. They're not friendly. They're really not friendly. Or is this where we came through previously? Ah, yeah, we dropped in through here, that's why. And yeah, they drown. But they drop lots of beads. Which is why we're bothering. That one also. Well, took all their beads with them. So it seems like that's the entry point for the zone, right? No, it's not. But we can afford this now. From much, much earlier. And... wait, what do we just do? Oh, I see. No, it makes a string. That's what it does. And it makes a string of 60. Okay, so... or does it? I think it did. So this is where we came up. Greymoor. And we can still explore Greymoor some more and still get a zone map. Same music in this area, so I assume it still is the same zone. Yeah, okay. I think we'll finally get the map. It's all the way over here. Well, hopefully we can still afford it.
Yes.
Child-wielding needle, your aspect is still sharp. Maybe we should string together most of our beads once we've spent on the map anyway. Given how much danger we're going to walk into. Many fierce bugs roost nearby. On the lake beyond this cave nest a ragged horde atop an old water mound. Their mastery of flight makes them dangerous. A shell will forever carry the score of their pins.
Wishka.
If you're seeking a safer path, head back towards this land's core. Well, we're definitely getting a map. Descriptive is, why is she always calling you a kid? I mean, she's bigger. And is just accustomed to that within her own tribe, I guess, and has no idea how old Hornet is. You were also saying you want to see slopes. We've seen some sloped ceilings. I actually haven't seen too many slopes that we can land on or anything, but... I thought I had seen slopes in the trailer some time ago. And this is a discussion we've had that, you know, maybe Silksong took so long because of the slopes. But okay, so looks like we have another mound over here. So yeah, we've uncovered quite a bit at this point. We can do the bench again just in case there's more to fill in that hasn't already been done. No. Okay, at least now we have a sense of where things are in relation to each other. And yeah, it was all the way in the bottom left that the boss was located, all the way to the left where you have the Chapel of the Reaper. So quite a lot to do over there. Over here to the right must be what she was talking about with the mound.
Yes.
These charts require long attention and my own sleep is far off yet. But let's continue this way. And see what there is. Interesting that these do carry beads. I guess they're kind of like thieving magpies or something, just picking them up off the travelers along the way. You better heal up, even though it's only 2 points here. Oh, let's not look at the quick map while we're still fighting. That's also one of the many lessons from the first Hollow Knight. Time does not stop when you're visibly pulling out the map. That's your character. So yeah, I mean, here we obviously haven't been to yet, but we will see what is going on across the way. This needs to be opened up. Oh, there's a big one. Slightly more evolved than the others. Pointier too. Well, that's the kind of move we need to watch out for. Can we actually attack into you at this point? There we go. And descriptive is there was a place to rest right beside our cartographer friend just now. It was the bench equivalent that we had here. We're also saying pulling up the map mid-battle is a sick taunt. Yeah. If we ever get the Knight or Hornet in Smash. I didn't know there was a Hollow Knight PvP mod. I'm not surprised given, well, everything surrounding Hollow Knight and the built-in dynamism of the moveset already. Okay, we obviously want to take that. We'll enter that in a moment. I do want to see what else is over here first. Since this is seemingly the end of the line for what we saw on that map, but there's clearly a bit more to look at. Or at least more bees to collect. Yeah, can't quite get above this, but as we can over here. Okay, so looks like we're just short of being able to reach that location. Hang on. I don't think we can quite make that float, but try one more time. So we know what we're looking for. Nope, it's just a little bit off. I feel like it's theoretically doable if we're jumping off a little closer to the edge. See, it looks like we're just barely short. It looks so reachable. Looks so very, very reachable. Oops. Need a bit more finesse. Maybe we boosted earlier. No, I don't think so. I mean, I feel like it is something that is reachable, just not by me, necessarily. That it's barely often just a way that feels like... You know what? You can kind of do a dashing jump that goes a little further. That's exactly what it is, in fact. I didn't realize that the sprint into jump gets you a high jump. That's really important information, actually, in terms of what the sprint can do. Also notice that the sprint didn't quite get you across water, but... Yeah, look at this animation. It gets you so much higher. The game never tells you this. This is just, you know, potential sequence break or sequence shortening technique that you just need to know once you get the dash. I didn't get anything from it. Well, you never know. That maybe Maybe this is a return passage, actually. I kind of get the sense that you're supposed to be able to bust this from whatever is to the right. Let's see where Greymoor is in connection to the rest of the map. There might be a zone to the right side of the map that's, or some kind of connection point that you have to open up from that end. It looks very much like it is the case, in fact. But yeah, now that I've discovered this, that opens up a lot of possibilities. I mean, I don't have a specific place in mind to use that property that was just previously barely out of reach, but it's good that we know it. Okay, how thorough is this area? Rosary beads galore. I'm not too worried about the sharpness of these daggers everywhere. I feel like this is a fight waiting to happen. Oh, we should have dropped up there. This guy. Okay, we better heal up now and just build up more silk off these enemies. Is this shoppable? A lot of beads here everywhere, actually, just from environmental destruction. Usually so. We can float over to those ones too. Although we probably could be a lot more successful with that by doing it this way. Anything else to look at? Well, we'll see. This totally looks like a gate that's going to close on me when I cross it. Yeah. Okay, just another mass fight here. That's why you see these golden hooks everywhere. Oh, totally whiffed it. I'm amazed that we haven't really been hit that hard by this so far, given its pattern. That's been logged. Now, more coming. Oop. Okay, we've got to heal up off of this. I'll do opportunity. And I'm sure there's more. Booty's coming now. The turkey spear. Oop. Getting into a bit of a bind here. Nope. This is a bit of an issue. We need to find a good opportunity to heal when we can. Oh, no. This is a problem. Okay. Heal. There we go. Oh, got slapped. Let's build up some silk if we can. And just tap gently until we have the opportunity to close in. Oh, nope, that's bad. Getting a little rough. If we can get one additional tap in for a heal, I don't know if this is the last enemy in the set. I would assume not, given that we haven't really had a second look at one of the other enemy types new to us here yet. Oh, still not enough. We're gonna be in trouble. Nope. Kind of dashed the wrong way there, but that's okay. We'll get back to that. We have maps, so we'll just go back there. We know where that is. Let's build some silk and learn how to fight these properly if we can. Just run over it this way. And since we've unlocked that, we'll just enter directly. And yeah, we'll just skip over this and go to the fight. Since we can do so safely. Okay, phase one. See, we were very fortunate that this didn't hit me harder earlier. I think we just cornered him. There's a particular angle that you can take. I mean, just because, like... You know, 0 degrees, 9 degrees, 45, right? It's pretty readable. Wow. We're getting whacked by all of these. Need some more silk. If we can. I think I'm... Okay. Excessively dashing, perhaps. Oh. Back in trouble. You're saying it looks like a 1.5 times speed? Really? Does it? I mean... Maybe it's just a fast fight. Probably because I'm dashing over. Nope. It is pretty swift. Okay, we're in trouble again. Need more silk. Just get a tap in here to heal. There we go. That'll sustain us a tiny bit longer. Oh, no. Okay, I need to stop dashing in the wrong direction. We're at risk of just running into these guys. Okay. Okay, that's down, but there's more. There's this phase here, which we knew was a problem earlier. If we can get a spear down on these guys with no silk, that'll be ideal, I think. Okay, we managed to parry some of that. Oh, that was out of range. Wasted some silk on that, unfortunately. Yeah, we might be overdoing some of the dashing here just to consider one thing to fix. But we can get back here really quickly at least. Oh! I don't want to run into everything in sight though. Yeah, a little bit more finesse too. Our movement would help a lot. Obviously, if we get back artifacted a shell that gives me some silk in return as well that we could very well use. Or the first heal. You know what? Let's tap first so we can get a first heal down. And once we can do that, then we replenish like this. Okay, at least that gets taken down quickly. And then, yeah, no, we're in big trouble again. Nope. Just got caught by everything. Standing too close. I'm kind of tempted to go beast against that. Oh, also, we were previously saying something about how I've got a second defensive one here when we heal. Yeah, we should do that since we aren't dealing with fire damage at the moment. We should actually put that in. I totally forgot about this. So we can have some protection as we heal. Not that it matters if we do change to beast. Which is a tempting idea here. Let's stay with this for the moment, but given that you've got this perfect mix of circumstances where, you know, navigation there is not a problem, and we have a big fight, and we kind of attacking directly into a lot of foes often. Maybe we should consider that. Whoop. Even if it's a bit of a shorter range swipe. Again, let's try to heal up first and then hit the cocoon. That's a bad idea. Let's heal up now. Get those rosaries back. No, just got dunked. Okay. Amazing how in our first attempt here we barely got hit by this. Nope, missed. Oh, totally didn't see his position here. We're getting low again. Let's try to let it get in close. I guess we dash under, and when it's doing its kind of frontal fan, whoops, we can just kind of sneak behind it and flank. Also, yeah, I wanted to dive down to the left side there because there were definitely some rosaries to pop there that we didn't previously reach. Okay. Let's just take that. Again, we're going to pop the cocoon and that'll after the first heal, perhaps. Oop, missed it. Difficult to catch everything here. just going to try to get in position for this once more. So much hopping about, but yeah, we get a nice shallow angle against it, and that solves a couple of problems. We can't get in close enough to a swipe. There we go. Okay, let's continue this way. Oh, did that whiff? I think it totally did, unfortunately. Let's build up a little bit more silk for a heal. And deal with the turkey trot over here. Oh. And we'll just let that lunge into us a little bit. There's no spring chicken. Apparently. Oh, nope. That's okay. We managed to parry that despite nearly attacking straight into it. Oh, that actually didn't do nearly as much as I hoped it would. We're gonna need some more silk for heals soon. Nope. A lot more silk for heals soon. We need to not get hit here. Nope. We got hit. Okay. You're asking, do you think that when Hornet gets beaten up, she beats a AC retreat and runs all the way to the last bench? Oh, you mean, you know, what happens over the course of the respawn time? That's a good question. But given the way that the shades in the first game were eventually justified by the lore, and in fact kind of discovering the whole system behind how they function within the story is a very big part of the story of Hollow Knight. I kind of feel like that question will legitimately be answered in terms of how this whole system of her dropping the cocoon actually functions. I think there's a good chance that we will find out. Okay, as I was saying, we are going beast. Just to try it out. And let's see if we can make it. Back to the cocoon, obviously, so we can actually give this a proper try. Kind of wonder what the Reaper Crest will do for us as well. Oh, this area here. I keep forgetting. We want to drop left there so we can pick up more rosaries that will drop again before too long. We need to not die here before we pop the cocoon. And we need to actually hit stuff. We want that lifesteal. Okay, so attacking aggressively and like that isn't going to recover health quickly enough to actually sustain all those hits. I still want to stay with Beast for a few attempts just to, you know, actually play with it since we put in so much effort towards earning it. Whoops. Definitely requires a certain logic of how to self-heal, though. I'm realizing, though, that if you have lots of moving targets, quickly moving targets that you're not consistently able to hit anyway, then maybe Beast isn't so good when it comes to the health replenishment. Okay, this is what we were going for. Just a couple of rosary beads. Not lose everything right here. You can actually kind of do this frontal dashing attack. Look at this. The beast. And then just maintain momentum like that. You can sprint and kind of attack at the same time. And that seems like it's potentially useful to know. Because it actually pick up tons of speed that way. And you've got a big swipe on it too. Oh, except I only just realized at that point we were down to one mask. You're asking who closed the door? Well, as with all the other boss fights in any video game that closes doors behind you as you enter, the designers, obviously. Okay, this is a little rough. Can they even get back in this location? We're just gonna die here, aren't we, before we even get a chance to get those rosaries back. That's not good. Considering I don't have much health replenishment. We actually just lost like over 100. Wow. We lost about 160 just by not making it past that point. I think we're going to maybe put the beast experiment on hold, rather, for the moment. That's okay. It's not hard to get those back eventually. It's a pretty big loss, though. 160 rosaries. Okay. I got pretty careless there. Yeah, I would rather heal on demand, I think. When we have so many fast-moving targets. Couldn't even make it past the first little enemy here. That was dreadful. I guess it was bound to happen given how many bad attempts we had. But considering how easy this run back is, right? Like, you just go straight and you're back in the fight. How did we lose to that? Getting a little careless, I think. Very careless. Okay. Back to something familiar, I hope. Nope. Okay, there we go. That's better. I'm gonna burn some silk to do that, but if you actually go directly under them, then their swoop doesn't really hit, and you can hit them back. I can't believe we lost 150 or 160 rosaries or so over something that simple. But okay, we didn't spend too long to bank those up. It was all fairly recent, actually, because the bird tribe, for some reason, actually does hold them. I still think lore-wise we're probably just like magpie types that are collecting shiny treasures, sort of supported by all the shiny gold ornaments that you see in this zone. Okay, heal up. Let's actually remember how to play this game for a moment here. Here we go. Okay. Wow. just getting whacked by everything here. We haven't even made it past this phase yet, have we? Okay, who's next? Yeah, I was thinking we hadn't seen the last of those. Tough group. Very tough group, actually. The way we're playing. I don't think it's quite like Mantis Lords. I guess it maybe is. But Mantis Lords are kind of separately labeled as a boss encounter, even aren't they? Even though they are the separate enemies in various combinations. But we've had a couple of just, mass encounter rooms, essentially. Of seemingly ordinary enemies and deadly combinations. We've had a few of these. This one has just been particularly rough on us here. I think we definitely need to use more offensive powers. I've been underusing that. But again, we've been whiffing because it just fires straight and we can't aim. It does deplete our bank for heals, which... Nope. Just can't catch this guy. We know 2 pokes are all we need with these ones. It's just that, again, we have no bank left for heals. And again, we're in big trouble now. Is that a little bouncing movement as they just bob back and forth? What is he throwing? I'll show you. I think I know the answer to that. So I think these are essentially like treasure hoarders. They've picked up their shinies. That's their pretext for having rosaries at all, given that they're not pilgrims. So you see, they're just throwing these things. That are just shiny ornaments that have been collected here. But yeah, that's actually what it is. I recognize those instantly as being just, something pulled from the shiny collection. If we can get through this fight today, we probably won't stay too long after that point. We have been at this longer than expected, and of course, we've seen a lot of potential content in this whole Greymoor zone on the west side of it, or the left side of it, I guess, depending on how you think about directions in a side-scroller. Whoop. Nope. Can't attack him too close here. Ideally, we have him come down. It's just when he's way up there that we can't get the poke very well. Here we go. Finally. We actually, well, I was about to say try to stay under because then we don't get caught by a swoop. That almost worked. Okay, we need to take care of the flyer first, I think. That's the one that's harder to hit. And harder to see. Oh, dashing too much. Work on that directional control. We'll just tap this one gently to bank up some silk if we can. Once we get into larger sets, then we try to use the spear if we can. I'm gonna get a full meter going here. I want to run into it. Okay, there we go. Decent poke that time. Okay, spear hits, followed by one follow-up hit, actually. Well, one or two follow-up hits, maybe. No. Or not. I guess that one didn't really get hit in the first place. That takes care of them quickly. We definitely want to just burn them down quickly if we can. Oh, we're getting in trouble. Now we're getting into lots of trouble. Okay, let's just take one out now. We do need to dodge the attack. But it's just this one. As long as we dodge, we're fine. We just need to build up enough hits to heal up before we get smoked. Got smoked. But I think that should be the approach, that we use the ranged attack to take down one of them quickly. Probably the one that's on the ground, since it's easier to hit. Oh. See, the thing is, I don't think we can go up from here. I don't think we can go back to base until I've unlocked some ability to go back. This actually may be promising. This makes me think that we might actually get double jump off of this area. So in a way, I'm actually kind of encouraged by that, because I have a strong suspicion, given how some other things in this zone, especially near the boss that was on the left side, really strongly kind of suggested that we ought to have double jump around here. That maybe that's what we get off of this area. Big thing to hide behind this kind of enemy set, if so. But it is a hard fight, so would not be out of scale, even if it isn't like a single named boss that we're fighting here. It is essentially kind of a dungeon area. Oh, jumping too high off of that. We will need to heal up in a moment, rather than going spear. These ones we just need to fight standard. You take a lot of hits, that's all. Trying to use some of the projectiles if I can. Or we can do that too. Oh, couldn't see this one hiding behind its larger neighbor. Rather well camouflaged behind his friend. There we go. Took that out. And we can have a bit more of a relaxed run through this one, I hope, but looks like we'll need a heal soon, so. More directional control would be nice here. So we're doing too many attacks. Here we go. We'll want to heal up soon, but maybe we can go spears against some of this. Take out 2 at once. That's great, actually. That went really well. Except now we don't really have enough for spears against this set, which I was really hoping for. Nope, we're getting caught here. Yeah, we've got too much silk. Fast head bobbers, yeah, very much so. Okay, we need to not forget that some of these come out and obstruct me sometimes. And we need to not run into these down below. That's okay, we'll just skip them. I do think going spear for that group of 3 is the right idea. It's just that we're too low in silk to follow that up effectively. Oh, just totally lost track of where this one was. They do hide behind their companions pretty well. To hit this from time to time, if we can. Yeah, when we can jump over one of those projectiles at a shallow angle, that's ideal, but can't always get that. Well, good to have all of you together like that, or we can just whack one of you at a time. Okay, full meter, full health. Just smoke that one a bit. We probably overdid it a bit. If we can get it down quickly, it's worth it. And we'll just tap this one to replenish some silk. Okay, got it. Oh. Okay, poke some of that, but we want to save silk for next group. Okay. Getting a bit dangerous. Too dangerous. Jumped right into him. We're getting close. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the last wave. But we'll find out. Still can't believe we lost 160 to something so simple. Oh well, bad start. Already. Yeah, I should have strung more of them together as beads, just knowing how we play. That was such a good attempt just now, too. For the most part, up until the point it fell apart. movement is so erratic on some of these. I mean, it's regular, but regular in a way that seems erratic because it's, you know, making some jagged moves everywhere. Ugh. Everything's just fluttering. Surprisingly hard to catch. Oh, that was too risky. Yeah, that's a problem. Let's heal it. Nope, got caught. Caught again. Okay, in a much worse position. Oh, and that was accidental. A much worse position than we had previously. I could tell that attempt wasn't going anywhere. Too many problems with it. But yeah, given the nature of the one-way gate essentially that we went through, I really do feel optimistic that we'll get double jumper equivalent out of this. Could also be a whole lot of nothing, given that it's not even named boss fight. But it is a significant, you know, dungeon area essentially. So, oh, just got dropped on. These are so hard to spawn. Like, yeah, you stay under, and then you can at least kind of just watch its horizontal movements. Horizontal axis only, but... Okay, let's build up some more power so we can heal next time we take a hit. We don't even take that many hits, they're just so hard to accurately attack. Okay, small one first if we get... no. No. Well, we're in one sense just being careless, but it is certainly tougher than one would think, just given the composition of enemies that by themselves are not really that difficult to deal with, I don't think. But there's just so much room for sloppiness as possible in a fight like this. And again, it's just because of the different attack patterns and trajectories and how they intersect in ways that are potentially a bit of a geometric challenge to read. Okay, we're doing poorly already. Really poorly already. Really poorly. Just stepping right into that. Yeah, you just have to get behind the fanning arc that's in that 90-degree cone. Can't always do it at a moment's notice, though. Oh, I keep forgetting that these are down here. Very hard to see. Okay. Nope, got hit again. Really do need to simplify a bit by taking one out. And at least we can just watch this one. Really? Nope. It's very tricky to dodge that. If he's flying, just try to get an oblique angle. And if he's straight down on the floor, then you kind of stand back and jump. But with that bobbing motion, I can't really even attack in very well. Not very accurately, anyway. Nope. Couldn't get around it. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Nope. Just got stuck. Got really stuck.
Yes, can.
The primal aspid special, you said? Yeah, pretty much. What's on special today? Well, now we know. Yeah, we're down by one, but that's okay. We'll just have to deal with it. These are really quite hard to dodge. Okay. And even harder to catch. Without accidentally bumping directly into the location. Okay, heal. You'd think that with all of them sharing that bobbing motion, you'd get used to it eventually, but I find it extremely tricky to predict. Let's try to focus down a small one. Doesn't take that many hits. Just keep missing, that's all. Nope. Get in close enough. The diagonal thrust does work pretty well against these ones, at least. Because they stay grounded. So at least they're a consistent target. In close enough to do that. Can't get high enough to do a diagonal downward thrust on anything else here, but those ones, does kind of work. Now we don't have enough for a heal right now, but we'll just need to stay alive. And if we can get these down quickly, whoa. Okay, let's not bump into everything along the way. If we can help it. Here we can focus down a small one. That's ideal. Nope, got caught. Because of course we did. Need to get it out. Triple swipe. Nope, standing too close. No, we just have no opportunity to get in there and hit. They do move really fast. You would think I would have noticed that by now, but I wonder we can never catch them. It's just, my ability to push buttons and jump is too slow to catch up with where I'm visually reading their positions, even if I am reading them fast enough. Okay, healed up at least, so we can just catch this one. Nope. Can't believe how tricky some of these are to catch, but yeah, that sort of upper approach to this seems at least somewhat workable, but they're a little bit low on silk right now, just given everything I've been burning on heals, and it was a bit of a double hit there too. Yeah, we're so dead. Very sincerely dead.
Yes, Cano. Yes, Cano.
Let's see it again. Okay, now enemies below. Let's just skip them properly if we are attentive enough to do so. As I was saying with the Chapel of the Beast earlier today, and the cage that kept trapping us on the way there. If there's one thing I do badly with when it comes to runbacks to bosses is that I'm already thinking ahead to the boss, and so this isn't really even a boss, it's just a group fight. Yeah. Brawl. But if I'm already thinking ahead to the main encounter, then things fall apart really quickly. Even on the way there, and that's how I lost all the rosaries. Cannot catch this at all. My first time through Hollow Knight, I remember I was actually kind of reliant on extending the length of the nail. Further playthroughs, not so much. We're a bit more fluent by then, perhaps, but definitely I think my first time through Hollow Knight we had issues with reach. When it came to targeting anything, and look at how bad they're doing now. Oh, ran right into him. Look at that. This disaster. Long ways off from a good run earlier where we had full health and full meter going into late phases. The last few have gone quite badly. Nope, landed directly on top of it. Nope, tried to sneak behind, did not work at all. Just getting hit by everything here. If we were better at the diagonal thrust, we could probably get into some kind of air combo, but Okay, finally pushed into that. Oh, we just nuked these quickly. Relatively quickly. It took too many hits though, still. Nope. Feels like our success rate is getting quite a bit worse. Yeah, let's back out a little bit. We're usually much too aggressive about dropping down here without being able to see our feet. Okay, small one first. If we can. Nope. Amazing how we just get caught in the middle of nowhere with that. Okay, this is a disaster. Nope. It's really difficult to jump out of that, even if you have an intended angle that you're going for. And Chakra there with the maps is so busy that she doesn't even notice we keep coming back. Just continues humming along to herself and mapping. Oh, no. When we're at full meter, maybe we should just heal even at 2 points. Rather than 3 going back. Replenishing 2 mass rather than 3. I mean, since we're continuing to build up meter at cap anyway. Well, it doesn't matter. That's what we need to heal. Okay, good. Finally hit that. Okay, that's good. Let's try to burn that down a little faster here. Okay, that's good. Now let's try to build up some meter. Let's this one safely. Got a big fight coming here. I don't know, I keep playing this like I think it's a Shade Cloak or something where you think you can escape some of these with the air dash. I think instinctively I'm still thinking that's the case, and it's absolutely not, at least not at this stage of the game. Don't know if we'll get something to that effect later, but... Nope, just can't get around. And absolutely everything's hitting. Absolutely everything's just landing on me. Well, we can get back in full. That's already a start. Kind of interesting how all of the enemies sort of emerge from the background art in the aviary, if you notice carefully. They all wait for their turn. Nope. Getting dangerous. Cannot believe how hard it is to hit this. It's such a big target, too. Nope. Nope. Kind of tempted to go back to the idea of playing Beast. We just really don't have a good sense of how to heal with it effectively in a very high movement fight, though, where you're already having enough trouble hitting the target. For fights where you think you can trust yourself to hit the target, then, you know, that might make a lot more sense. But here, which is whiffing constantly. Nope, just landed right on top. I feel like there's a kind of parry timing that you can catch with those projectiles. If you pull them out and swipe against them in precisely the right moments, then you can actually get enough close. It's just that when it pulls out a projectiles, you have to swipe within a narrow timing window, and then you actually can defend yourself. Nope, and of course it just had to jump into me. Right there. What a block. Oh my goodness, we're still on this. You'd think the situation would have improved by now. We've had some runs that were pretty close. Well, not knowing how many waves remaining. But no, just I can't hit a single thing here. Just okay, finally hit one. Let's take him out as well. Nope. So there is a parry timing. Can't really catch it, but it's there. It exists. Yeah, just gonna heal a little more aggressively. Maybe prematurely. Definitely prematurely. But then the idea is that we have a bit more throughput for Silk Meter. So we don't have the bank sitting around unused when we can just heal 1 or 2 matches. We're getting taken out quickly by this stuff. Keep thinking of the big one here is the turkey. Nope, not enough. For the heal. Nope, missed it. I was trying to stomp it. What are they called anyway? Let's take a moment. Okay, so yeah, craw and tall craw. What was this big one here? Squat craw. I mean, we've defeated a good number of them at this point. Just from repetition. I guess we can refer to this as the craw fight now. The craw fight étouffée. Except we're the ones getting stuffed. Whoops. Okay, snipe that early at least. That's really important. Try to get some damage done against this nice and early. It's just gonna land on top of me. Okay, finally. Yeah, going over as they swoop is actually a valid idea. Might not always hit though. Nope. I feel like by the end of all this, enemies not just constantly bouncing around is going to look unconventional. It's incredible how difficult it is to read this. In terms of being able to predict their movement pattern, even though it's a completely predictable bob, it's just that in conjunction with where Hornet is trying to poke. It's really two different movements that you're trying to match together, and in completely different styles. With completely different curves to them, I guess. It is really tricky to make them intersect properly. Now, it feels like our best attempts are way behind us at this point. We haven't been able to match the good attempts in some time, but... And the thing is, the fight still looks so doable. It's just that, you know, it's just a ton of little mistakes that can add up, and it's not one particular thing that is causing so much difficulty. Which means that, you know, they always feel like they're just barely out of reach until you have an attempt that goes sour all of a sudden. Which they all have, just a matter of where. We can't let this get to stomp on us. So if we can throw straight when we approach, that's the best way we can do it consistently. Yeah, it only takes about 4 or 5 hits. Just have trouble doing it. Oh, total whiff. Again, going up above for that one seems to work. Still alive there, that short one. Not for long enough. Yeah, because at least if you go down thrust towards this, if you overshoot, no big deal. If you undershoot, okay, maybe that's a problem, but... Best attempt in a while. Let's not jinx it too much here. Oh. Unfortunately, you have such a huge window of vulnerability if you do use the spear, and that's what this is like found. We have a problem with it. If you're fighting more than one enemy at once in particular, then you're not really safe at all, right? So. We can burn that down quickly and reduce the problem. Nope. Step right into it. Well, first time we've gotten to that phase in a while. We were doing quite well until that point. Had full resources for much longer than usual. Rather fortunate to not get hit that time. It was a very near thing. Oh, it dropped right on top of me. Yeah, we really have to let it come down by itself. Can't try to risk the hit from below. But he's not grounding. Staying grounded. Really prefer that he did. Nope, not staying grounded for some reason. Just decided to fly today. What? No, just decided to fly. I wonder what it's responding to in terms of player input that decides where their attack position is going to be. Yeah, we're not getting in close at all. Maybe we're supposed to get in close and then that's what triggers it. Like that it tries to fan out from ground if you attack really close and melee. You see? Maybe that is the case. So there is some kind of response to player positioning then, I think. When it comes to where the attack pattern is coming from. That would be in keeping with how some of the other bosses work. It's so hard to hit this without standing too close. Or jumping too close. Because to keep bombing, very difficult to gauge height. Oh, nope, standing too close. That's it. There's so much bouncing. Nope. Okay, at least we took that down quickly. Yeah, if we tack in, well, let's see if we can manipulate it to come down. Not like that. I mean, not on top of me. So yeah, just 4 hits. Can't be that bad. Just keep whiffing. There we go. Much better. We can peel off the small one first. If we can. Okay. Much better than usual. Okay, getting there. Peel off one at a time. There we go. Okay, this is as good as it's ever going to get going into this phase. Nope. Nope, just gonna whiff both attacks. Choke with it here. Okay, one down. Now we need to not choke going into this one. Could be the end here. Unless there's one additional after this, so we need to play it very cautiously. That's not cautious. I have a bad feeling about this. It's trying to land on me. Oh, this is too dangerous. Going into the cone like that, then. So we were in a perfect state going into that last wave. And that completely fell apart. Best we've done, though, going into the last wave. Absolutely the best we've done. But, of course, we spent too much of that silk early from whiffing the spear twice. Once we did get to the last wave, that was a big problem. Okay. Yeah, let's heal now so we can pick up silk from tapping the enemies. Okay, good. That was quick. Much better than usual. Just focused on that. One at a time. We can keep an eye on which one we're attacking. Has to be focused fire. There we go. Much better than usual. Once again. A little rough, but we can do it. Some standard hits to bank up silk, I think, since we're just dealing with one. Okay, to take a lot of punishment. Oh, I thought we'd taken it for a moment. I completely misread that. I thought it was dead. Okay, better heal up now then. okay, healed now. Will get us into a problem going into the next phase though, because we don't have enough for spears. We should maybe save the spear for when they're actually lined up. We do want to burn one down as soon as possible. Oh, that's taking me down too quickly. Need some silk. Need a lot more silk. Okay, let's heal. Good. Okay, one down. 3 masks. We can do it. We're in better shape than we were last time. We just need to not get hit. Let's just try to bait him down. So far out of range, though. Okay, attack at ground level, that's best. We have almost enough for a heal, if necessary. I knew that one was the last. And we were definitely probably just one hit away at some point with that one. Now, unless, of course, this is... I mean, it did give me that little animation for the end of the fight. Let's see if this is more to deal with. Or some other bonus. I guess we... No, we just bounce off of this, actually. It's a bouncing platform. And a pretty high bounce at that. Thank you for the GG. That took some work. We were so close on many occasions. With practice, we made it. By the end, it felt like a very significant fight. I don't even know what we just opened up. I don't even know what that did. But let's take a look outside, I guess. Yeah, because maybe there was some kind of gate that was being controlled on the stereo. Oh, lots more platforms, okay. That just takes you back out, though. So what did that even do? More bounce platforms, okay. There's not a double jump, it just gives you lots of platforms that we've activated here. That could then take you around the zone. But surely there's some kind of bonus. Nope, that's an enemy. We've dealt with so many of these by now. I would like to get to a sort of natural stopping point. Whether it's collecting something or reaching a major landmark or just going back to the bench. But of course, yeah, activating everything in this zone has sort of opened it up for traversal all of a sudden. Can't believe we still have to deal with these guys after doing that fight. Oh, and we're in trouble now, too. We have to do all this high bouncing. That's so risky. Let me see if there's somewhere I can heal. Bench is all the way back. We just need to hit him and heal with silk if I can. Okay. Come back here, heal. Here we go. Let's try to hit the big ones. guys? We can just get rid of them so we can, actually traverse around here. There we go. Still thinking about those 160 rosaries or so that we lost just by dying to the first enemy on the way here. Oh well. We'll get them back. I mean, we'll get an equivalent amount back, eventually. Just less efficiently than things looked previously. Oh, and there's more. The reward for defeating those craws is more craws. That's kind of interesting, though, that there's this massive transformation to the whole zone. In terms of platforms opening up. We need to actually use the float, perhaps, or the air dash. Okay, why don't we just go up this side instead? What? Maybe we should just go back to that bench and then save the traversal here for next time. Because it looks like we'll be struggling with just the jumping for some time. Well, let's see what's up. Kind of slipping up quite a bit here. What we've learned from this game is how much trouble I have receiving 45 degrees. I mean, it's a very unique movement scheme. It's very much unlike what we've seen elsewhere. You know, with the direct ground stomp or ground pound or strike being such a familiar video game trope, but it's amazing how much difficulty is added just by going diagonal. Let's try this way. Nope, still doing the forward swipe by mistake, but at least we're landing on a higher platform. Further up. And even more of these. But then there's a switch to press, which is promising. We drop a ladder or something? A gate. And here's sounds. If we can access that location. And of course we'll just tumble all the way down. Well, we did open that gate. Seems like something we should try to traverse. Amazing what a struggle it is. Just to drop onto these massive targets. Okay, maybe we can cross this way this time. So yeah, this was where we opened the gate. Okay, sure, let's finally complete this passage. And this passage. Let's just get back to the bench, I think. Depending on what's up here. We'll take rosaries, sure. We could use that. Well, we're kind of accustomed to. I'd take those down by now, I would hope. Great, that's a major accomplishment. It seems, having lowered all that. That goes straight down to the bench. And I think that is definitely time to stop. But we'll get to listen to the cartography song in this game, I guess, when we make our exit. That took a lot longer than I expected, and given the nature of this zone, just unfurling all of these bouncy balls all over the place. We need to diagonally strike. I assume we'll be here for some time yet. But let's take a look. We didn't cover a good bit of the map. There's this top right area that we didn't reach. I don't know if it could have been reached given what we saw of the platforms over there, but it looks like this entire area here on the east side of Greymoor is very much still open to us. So we did not get something like a double jump, as I suspected, but we did get something that's environmentally specific, and we'll just have to explore further and figure out how to make use of that next time. Thank you so much for joining me. I think our diagonal movement needs a rest, but we will continue as soon as we can and as often as we can with more of Hollow Knight Silksong. And that was, yeah, a couple of really long encounters today. But we made it, we progressed, we hit our targets, and given what we know about the left side of this map, with both the boss encounter and the Chapel of the Reaper over there, there's so much more to do that we've mapped out already, never mind all of the things that we haven't even remotely encountered. Lots to come. Thanks for watching. As always, have fun with everything you may be making or playing or writing out of silk. And, as usual, fare thee well.